We're now live.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, good morning everyone and welcome. It's now 9 o'clock and so I resume the further hearings of this examination of the North Hertfordshire local plan. My name is Simon Barclay, as I'm sure you know. I'm a planning inspector and a chartered town planner, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this examination into the soundness of the local plan. Everyone should have read my general guidance note about these hearings and also my special guidance note about the virtual hearings. Just a few reminders though about the use of Zoom, a few do's and don'ts. So please don't use the document sharing facility, and please don't hold up any document or anything else in front of your camera. And also please make sure that no one else appears on your camera either. Please don't share any personal information during the hearing, either yours or anyone else's. And the chat and reaction facilities in Zoom shouldn't be used under any circumstances, please. Anything posted in the chat I will ignore and I won't be looking at it. Yeah, as before, whilst I prefer it, frankly, if people joined with their cameras on, so that I'm not looking at a blank screen for the duration of the hearings. But if you don't want to have your face on the screen, that's fine. You can have your camera switched off. So yeah, I think that everyone's pretty familiar with that, and if there are any issues then we can deal with them as they go along. But the bottom line here is if you do experience any sort of IT problems, don't ask me. I'm highly unlikely to be able to assist, whereas on the other hand Mrs. St John Howe is fast becoming something of an IT expert and is there to assist if you do have any problems that you can't resolve yourself. So what I'm going to do now then, as previously, is to just do some very quick introductions. So I'll just call out the names of those people that I think ought to be here now. And if you could just say good morning, then that would be wonderful. So for the council, first of all, then I have Ms. Ormsby.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
And Miss Flage.
Morning.
Can I check, have I pronounced your surname right?
You have, well done.
Thank you, but there's a first time for everything. Good. I have Mr. White of White Peak Planning on behalf of Bloor Homes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. For Hertfordshire County Council, I have Mr. Stafford of Tetra Tech.
Morning, sir.
For Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation, I have Mr. Amis.
Good morning.
I have Mr. Aspinall.
Good morning.
Mr. Dorman.
Morning.
And I have Ms. Cottier on behalf of herself, also on behalf of Mr. Brown, Mr. Cottier and Ms. Linda Cottier. I couldn't hear you then, Ms. Cottier.
Good morning.
Oh, morning.
Sorry.
No worries. I have Ms. Norgan.
Hello, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Hamilton.
Excellent, everyone.
Good morning. I have, on behalf of the Crown Estates, Mr. Dixon of Savills.
Good morning, sir.
For Transition Town Letchworth, I have Ms. Sonnender.
Good morning.
And Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Inspector.
Good morning. And for Save Our Greenbelt, Mr. Hawkins.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. So is there anyone here that whose name I have missed?
Yes, sir. Jason Lowes of Rapley's.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lowes, are you here in place of Miss Ballantyne?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, fabulous. Okay. Unless there are any questions about the use of Zoom or anything like that, I will move directly to the matter for today. Okay, very good. In which case then, matter 31, the main modifications put forward by the council relating to policy SP9 design and sustainability, and in relation to the strategic housing site policies, and those are policies SP14 to SP19 inclusive. So yeah, as I've set out in my my matters and issues paper, the council now considers that the aforementioned policies are not sound in relation to design, placemaking and master planning, and has put forward a number of main modifications for my consideration, and those are set out in document ED 216. So what I'm going to do, hopefully reasonably simply, is to, in effect, work my way through document ED 216, and it is so hopefully you have a copy of that to hand, and it is the changes that are shown in red bold text are the things that we're talking about. Just before I do that though, and this is issue 31.1, are the main modifications proposed in relation to policy SP9 and its supporting paragraphs necessary for soundness? Are they justified, effective and consistent with national policy? My understanding of the council's stance on this is that the policies as submitted in relation to master plans aren't sound, because the council says they aren't sufficiently consistent with national policy and would not be adequately effective. Is that a fair summary, Mr. Smith? Have I got that right?
You have, but it's Miss Flage who'll be sort of leading for us today, so I'll hand off to her.
Well, do enjoy the rest then, Mr. Smith. Ms. Flage.
Yes, so NPPF 2012 requires robust and comprehensive policies for design that set out the quality of development that will be expected for the area. And the NPPG promotes the use of master plans as a tool for securing design quality, either as a local policy requirement or as part of an outline planning permission. And NPPG also states that by establishing sound, clear and easy to follow design policies and processes for use by both developers and local communities, local planning authorities can make design a more transparent and accessible part of the planning system. So at present, the council doesn't consider policy SP9 to be sufficiently robust or comprehensive, as it doesn't clarify what well-designed means with reference to strategic housing sites and significant development. So therefore it's ambiguous and open to interpretation. So the proposed modifications to policy SP9 seek to set out through the provisions 1 to 10, part B of that policy, a clear set of design objectives which clarify what well-designed means in relation to the strategic housing sites and significant development. And this will be used to inform and assess planning applications and strategic master plans. And in addition, policy SP9, while requiring a master plan for significant development, does not currently define what information would be required in such a master plan, or what constitutes significant development. So this is not considered to be robust or comprehensive either. So the proposed modifications clarify the master plan requirements in terms of the documentation to be produced within a strategic master plan.
So that's then to introduce greater specificity in order to ensure that the policy, and that term is SP9, is effective. It's predominantly is it about, well, a little bit about consistency with national policy, but also about the effectiveness element of soundness.
Yes, and it's also important to note that the policies in the plan have to cater for a wide range of applications, from small scale extensions, small sites, to large housing sites. And the purpose of policy SP9 is a strategic policy which is aimed at securing high quality design and sustainability outcomes in relation to strategic sites and significant development. So it serves a different purpose to policy D1 on sustainable design, which is a non-strategic development management policy, which is aimed at smaller applications and where matters of detail are being considered. So the design objectives and issues to be considered and resolved on small sites are clearly different to those that need resolving on large strategic sites.
Okay, just before I move on to the specific additional criteria now proposed by the council. Well, I probably am doing that in effect anyway, is by looking at right, B. So it starts off by saying, as proposed to be altered, expect master plans and planning applications for significant development too. And then we have the list of things that are expected there set out. So that significant development, we're talking about, are we, strategic sites? That's clear, I think, because the phrase strategic sites crops up later in the policy, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Well, yeah, in fact, it cross-references policies SP14 and to SP19, which are the strategic site policies.
Yeah.
Is it just the strategic sites, or is it also other significant development that the council intends this policy to relate to? I note that it's FM002 in one of the paragraphs 4.xxx, it's the first paragraph,
Yeah.
That way, says generally a threshold of 100 dwellings will apply.
Yes.
So, yeah. What does generally mean?
It means generally. I think the preamble to that sentence is quite important. So paragraph 4xxx. As such, the council will require master plans to be produced for significant development. Significant development includes the strategic housing sites, and then other strategic development requiring a master plan will be determined according to its scale, complexity, sensitivity, etc., etc. So it's by a case basis. And then to give a bit more definition to what that means, we then introduce a threshold of around 100 dwellings.
Yeah, I just wonder whether in a policy modification that's designed to bring about certainty, that's one area that isn't entirely certain, and I wonder if that's an area where the council has concerns that it might end up spending time arguing with prospective applicants.
Well, we could be more prescriptive with that and say a threshold of 100 dwellings will apply.
Well,
that would give you more certainty, but it would give the council less latitude to require master plans for sites under 100 dwellings, which could need a master plan, because I think significant development's a term that's all comparative, isn't it? You know, significant development could equate to 30 houses if it's in a very small settlement where there are, you know, real important design issues to be resolved. So I suppose that's why the council needs some flexibility in that policy, but I think it could probably have both. I think it could say master plans will be required for those sites of 100 dwellings or more, and then also keep the other paragraph in, you know, that allows the council to request master plans for under 100 dwellings if there's sensitive sites.
See, from what you've said there, I don't know that on reading the modification that I could have supposed that the policy might apply to a development of, in your example, 30 or so dwellings.
Right.
So I don't know, what do you think about that, Ms. Flage?
Well, I would interpret it at the moment to mean that, because it says other significant development requiring a master plan will be determined according to its scale, complexity, sensitivity, and impact on the surrounding environment. So that could be interpreted, couldn't it, as being less than 100. So for instance, say you have a site and you have a listed building and you have a triple SI, et cetera, you know, it's a very sensitive site with lots of very significant planning issues that need resolved and a very sensitive planning response that's needed. You'd probably want to be agreeing a master plan for that site, you know, to inform the detailed layout of a planning application. So that's an example. I mean, that example might not occur. I'm just saying theoretically, whereby you'd want that the council would want that policy, you know, to support their decision making on that. You know, to ensure, this is all about ensuring high quality design. That's the outcome of this policy. That's what it's geared towards.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just not entirely sure that the policy quite says what you want it to.
Well,
okay, it says generally a threshold of 100 dwellings will apply.
yes.
I suppose the first question there is, are there any circumstances where that you can conceive of possibly in North Hertfordshire where a development of 100 dwellings, well, you wouldn't want this policy to apply? No. Right. I think good practice and what the direction of government policy is requiring, you know, a master plan led approach to development sites to secure design quality. So, no. So is just to be clear, at present, what I'm trying to do is first of all just to understand precisely what it is that the council thinks that this policy should do, and to make sure that it's effective in relation to what the council thinks the policy should do. So I think if you're always going to want this policy to apply for 100 dwellings, then the policy should probably say that. The problem, though, once you introduce a threshold, is then how you can apply it to something that might be below that threshold. So it strikes me that the whether the policy itself or the supporting text should be a little bit more specific, that, well, okay, there is a threshold there, but in certain circumstances, depending on the context, the policy will also be applied to developments that are under that threshold. I mean, I think that paragraph goes some way to. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I think what it does is it sort of sets out the kinds of issues in relation to context that might lead you to wanting to apply that policy, but it doesn't specifically say that it would be applied to smaller developments in some circumstances, which, from what you've just said, I think is what you believe this policy should do. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Yes. So it needs to be specific about 100 dwellings, and then it's almost an exceptions criteria, isn't it? You know, in some circumstances, in some special circumstances, you could say, you know, where the complexity of issues, blah, 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 needs to be resolved. Yeah, master plans will also be required. Okay. So I think it would be clearer if it was worded in that way. So what I'm going to do now, so that was because I'm asking about effectiveness at the moment, and I've skipped ahead already of what I said I was going to do. But that's because this was on the effectiveness question. What I'm going to do is go back now, and I will return to the 100 because I'll ask you probably about why 100. But Ms. Ormsby.
Thank you, sir. It's really just to ask you a question in relation to this threshold, whether you think it should be in the policy rather than the explanatory text, given the key nature of to what it won't apply to. So, do you want the council to give some consideration to that?
Well, yes. I mean, you know, when reading a development plan, one must look at it as a whole, but if a thing is a policy, it probably should be in the thing that's called the policy. It is my sort of general view.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take that then as the council is suggesting a main modification to make the 100 dwelling threshold explicit. And also to add some text in relation to sites that are below 100. So have I got that right, Ms. Flage? That's what you're suggesting?
Yep, that's my understanding.
And for the council to consider that threshold being in the policy.
Yeah.
Right, so I've been asking Ms. Flage, as you will have all have followed, hopefully, about it's the question really of effectiveness and whether the proposed changes are effective. I'm going to come back to the 100 dwellings and ask why 100 in a little bit, but I'm going to pick up on the other stuff sequentially as it's shown in ED 216 first of all. But just in terms of making sure that the policy does what it should do or what the council intends it to do. Is anyone here to speak on that point? No, Marva.
Sorry. Did you mean me or other people?
Well, anybody, but I wouldn't seek to exclude you, Ms. Flage. Ms. Flage, was there something else that you wanted to add?
In terms of the purpose of the policy?
In terms of its effectiveness, because what you're telling me, as I understand it, is, at least in part, the reason for the main mods now proposed is to ensure that the policy is effective.
Yes.
So that's the thing that I'm focusing on at the moment.
Yeah, so to make it more effective, we are clarifying what the design expectations are in policy SP9. And we're also setting out what material should be provided as part of a strategic master plan.
Yeah.
Previously, the policy just said a master plan to be produced. And in my experience, extensive experience, that policy wording really isn't very helpful, because a developer might think a master plan is a sheet of paper with a drawing on. Whereas the council's definition of a master plan is usually something more extensive than that, a document that contains design information and a series of plans. So the policy now makes it very clear about what should be in the master plan. So that's clear and it's more effective. And we've talked about defining significant development better and more clearly, which hopefully we will do. I think that the fourth issue in terms of effectiveness is in rereading the policy, the second part of B, so the paragraph that relates to what should be provided within a master plan. Yeah. So it starts, strategic master plans will be produced for sites SP14 to SP19 by the landowner developer. That paragraph. That should actually also say strategic master plans will be produced for sites SP14 to SP19 and significant development in collaboration with the council and key stakeholders.
Okay, for the sake of my sanity, if I could just ask you to hold on to that point just for a moment.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do now is, as I sort of promised, really, and that's to go through the criteria first of all. I want to go through it logically, because otherwise we'll
park that
across the place, and that's not the way that I'm going to do this. So just on the point that we've been talking about, just so that everyone knows whether or not this is the right place to come in, because I can see there are a number of hands up. So I just wanted to check. The basic sort of fundamental point with the council about what developments it believes that this policy should apply to. So if the comment that you want to make is on that point, please keep your hand up. If it's on something different, you probably need to put your hand down. What I'm going to do next is to go through each of the modifications proposed by the council and to ask questions about whether those proposed changes are effective and whether they are justified and in themselves necessary for soundness. So, Mr. Aspinall.
Well, Mrs. Flage made some comment right at the beginning that all the applications would apply to extensions and everything else that would be applicable to a planning application. And of course, these have got to be in before the application has gone in. Now, I'm not sure if she's backtracked on that following your questions, that we're only talking about applications for building with 100 plus. And don't forget, of course, we've got a change in the style in terms of certain aspects of planning applications for less than 10. Now it's going to be less than 50. So this has a material impact on the way in which the SP9 is set out. If you've got to go through all this for an extension, good God, we're wasting our time.
I for one, didn't hear, it might be that I missed something, Mr. Aspinall. I didn't hear Ms. Flage mention extensions. You don't want a master plan for an extension, do you, Ms.
Exactly, no. I mean, I did write it down, and we have to be quite clear about this, because, you know, people putting in a small development to have to go through this as in advance of a planning application. I know we're going to go through each one in a moment, but it'd be ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Bureaucracy gone mad.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Aspinall, that is one point on which I'll agree with you, and I wouldn't support a main modification requiring all of this information for a house extension, for example. As I understand it, just so that everyone's clear, the council is saying that this should apply to developments of 100 homes or more, but that there are some circumstances in which smaller developments, this is residential developments, where it might also apply to those, depending on the particular context of the site sensitivity, etc. I hope I've characterised that correctly, Ms. Flage.
Yes, you have. And just to be clear, my point was, I said the policies in the plan, the policies in the local plan have to cater for a wide range of applications, from house extensions right through to strategic housing sites of thousands of new homes. So I was making the point that this policy we're talking about today is specifically about the larger developments.
Thank you for that. Ms. Cottier.
Yes, thank you. Well, my first question would be, if it has to apply to possibly developments that are below 100 houses, then I'd want more information if I were a developer as to, and also if I were a councillor, I'd want more information as to exactly when. So, because otherwise it's a bit vague. They might want more, but maybe they wouldn't. Or would you or wouldn't you? So I think there'd need to be more.
So forgive me for interrupting. Apologies, Ms. Cottier. I'm actually having difficulty hearing Ms. Cottier. She's
really
faint. I'm just wondering if she could maybe turn her microphone up, because I can just about hear her, but she's extremely faint.
Oh, really? I've got it maximum already. How about now? I'm kind of shouting. But...
Yes, that's better if you're a bit closer.
I don't know what it is, Ms. Cottier, but throughout the hearings, it almost sounds slightly like you are coming to us from underwater. There's this kind of sort of background, sort of liquidy kind of noise on your line, and just then it was getting a little difficult to hear. I could just about make out what you said, but yeah.
Sorry, I even bought a new microphone especially for this, but clearly rubbish. So ditched that and. Still no improvement, but you know the tech isn't really that great at the moment here, so you know I'm devoting all my time to writing planning statements. So all right, well I'll shout, and then if it gets too loud, just sort of like indicate that I need to lower the volume. I'm not being rude by shouting, but it's just to make sure everybody hears. So right, okay, so yesterday I mentioned I'd been looking back at some of the Cornerstone barristers' webinars on planning law. And one of the things that QC Bedford spoke about in this was that there are reoccurring case examples of key strategic matters. And amongst them are, well, he mentioned specifically the recurring ones being spatial strategy, housing, employment, greenbelt and infrastructure. So these are all the issues that apply to the key strategic sites that this plan is supposed to apply to. And it also defines in the act that he was talking about and the subsection that he was talking about, different definition of what is a strategic matter. But what he went on to say, which is, I suppose, the point I want to make here, and I'm probably going to emphasize it using some grammar as well later, but he made a point of saying that the plan making, this is kind of important here, and I'll explain why afterwards, but the Selby case is the well-known case where it was established that plan making stops at the point of submission. So the authority can't rely on steps taken after the date of submission in order to demonstrate that there is compliance with the duty to cooperate. So I'll talk about how duty to cooperate specifically relates to strategic matters and master planning in a second. But he says, but it's worth bearing in mind that, of course, evidence can be usefully submitted to examinations after that point in time to demonstrate what has gone before and how successful that has been. So it's basically saying that the plan making stops at the point of submission. However, additional information can be added to give more details about what stages have happened previously. So what if we look at what stages have happened previously to now, is we have been viewing master plans already as a part of this plan making process. And therefore, if we are now going to introduce a new policy that gives more detail as to what those master plans should contain, which actually I support in principle, because of course there should be lots of detail and guidelines as to what areas should be covered with the master plan. That is in principle something I support. However, we have already been viewing during this plan process since the beginning master plans. I think most of the sites that we've looked at have had master plans already attached to them. Therefore, where does that leave the previous master plans that we've all been talking about up till now? Because that's what we've been talking about. And so I think I'll leave the I don't know whether now's the part to talk about the wording in the original policy, and then how it's now being changed overall, and how that relates to something that's already taken place. And I think maybe I don't know, maybe I should say that now, because it relates to a sort of a broader frame. You see, the original wording was a master plan will have been produced. Yeah. So I wrote about this in my statement, but I didn't give very detailed explanation as to the grammar tense used in the original statement, as opposed to then how they've now changed it and how that entirely affects what has happened. And it's so I just most people probably know this, but it is helpful, right? So the in English language, we've got basically 6 tenses, and tenses means, well, comes from the word tempus in Latin, time. So six possible tenses in English, and we've got the past simple, the present simple, future simple, past perfect, present perfect, future perfect. So if I go through them one by one, so say the action verb is to produce.
If it's all right, Ms. Cottier, yeah, so two things there. Yeah, I read your statement about this, and it's perhaps also worth mentioning that my wife is an English teacher, and I'm reasonably, hopefully, decent at English myself, but don't ask her, because she might have a different viewpoint about that. But I mean, I think I know what the overriding point that you're making, I think, is about that the way that the words are used and the policies constructed, and you're keen to make sure that the words are right, so that it does exactly what it should do. I think that's sort of the bottom line, isn't it?
Not really, to be honest. No, it's not the main point. So say we're talking about a master plan was produced. It's already been produced. Okay, so that would be an event that's already happened, it's taken place, and it's finished. And we're already at a point now in time where that has occurred. So we've got master plans for well, at least I know for the East of Luton site, but I know also for GA2, because we've talked in detail about where the badges are. So there's a master plan there. I know there's a master plan for EL 1, 2, and 3 in the documents in the library. Since when we started, twice actually. I'm just getting a list of documents there. I'll give you the list in a moment, because I don't want to deviate from finishing this particular point, but there's been master plans, and I'll tell you exactly where they are in a moment. But so in the wording of the original submitted plan, it said a master plan will be produced. So that means that at that point in time, when the plan was submitted in 2017, they had a plan to produce a master plan in the future, and that there would be a point in the future where that master plan would have been produced, and then the event would have taken place and it was finished. That was in 2017. Then that came to pass. Indeed, we began the examination, and in the first hearings, it was requested, could a master plan be produced so that we have something more concrete to talk about, and we can see where the road points were, and all. I think I may have even brought that up, and it was to do with the access points. So, in the case of the sites, the main sites, they produced master plans and put them in their statements of common ground. And ever since then, we've been talking about those particular layouts and designs whenever we've been discussing the sites, particularly Luton for me, but other people have been obviously more focused on their areas as well. So that already occurred. So now so that's an event that's taken place. It had a start and it had a conclusion, and we've been relying on that ever since, and it's been used during this entire examination. And now the wording is changing to a master plan will be produced. In other words, they want to produce other different designs or add different things, change things. And the original wording in the plan was not a master plan will have been produced, then it won't have been produced, and then it will be reproduced the second time right at the end. And we won't speak about it, other than we'll speak only about the first one during the hearings. So that's like my main point, is it's broken with what's already taken place. If we had a master plan at the start, and then they clearly said, but we will alter the master plan right at the end of the hearing sessions, cancel all of them out and reproduce them. That wasn't the wording in the original submitted plan at all. It was clear, look, one time a master plan will be produced, and that took place, and we've already been discussing that the whole time. So that's my main point. Not that the wording should be changed, because we can't change wording that's already taken place. And the discussion we've already had has been about that master plan, and we've done it. It's a fact of history. So now we're suggesting different master plan. So that effectively puts us back to the original stage where we would need to discuss the master plans in detail all over again. Otherwise, it renders obsolete everything that we've talked about this so far in regards to design, layout, access points, and everything we've been looking at in the detailed planning applications is now rendered meaningless. They could change any aspect of it. So any point we would have made would have been for the old version, not the new ones.
I understand. Thank you. Ms. Sunnender.
Yeah, I suppose I'm hoping I'm on the right point here. The sort of, we're going to go by the sounds of it for placing within the policy the idea of the 100 dwellings. But then, of course, we've then got, well, does this policy clearly lay out when another site is going to require, what are the criteria, I think, may not be complete, and when smaller sites may need to sort of have some kind of master planning. And I'm a bit confused how the council's going to, what's the process going to be? Does somebody put in a piece of land and then the council comes back and says, I need a master plan for it? And then what criteria are they going to use? Is this helping us understand, how this is going to work going forward? I mean, clearly for the sites in the plan, surely we'd know now which ones we want to master plan for, even if they're small. And should we be stating that? Because it just strikes me that we're still left in woolly land as to which ones are going to require a master plan or not. And I suppose I'm going to, in our submission from Transition Town, I put some specific examples of sites that are out now underway in the planning process and concerns I had around whether they should have been master planned. So, for example, I think sites where they can provide some connectivity, however small they are, for the rest of the town, should be master planned. So, for example, in Letchworth, we've got a site LG6, partly owned by North Herts Council, partly owned by Herts County Council, and partly owned by a housing developer, which has a really key path through it. And it's going to be left as a path that's not looked over and things like that. So to me, it's I don't know if this is the right place or it's in paragraph XXX. So sorry if I'm in the wrong place, but I think we need to get some of those criteria ironed out, and it's sort of in one of those XXX paragraphs with some ideas, but I think actually it misses out on the ideas that actually something in a very sustainable location should not be used for excessive car parking. So we should actually master plan those before they get too far along. And the reason I'm saying this is because we've tried to engage on 3 smaller sites that we think have real potential to make a difference to sustainability. And once you're in the planning system and the developers have got their plans, it's just too late to get change effected. We can't even get a path widened from being a path to a shared cycle and walking path by that stage. So actually getting these smaller sites that we think matter identified and master planned, I think is critical. And I'm not sure this is actually has enough in the policy to actually identify how we'd know what those sites are. I hope that makes sense.
It does, thank you, yes. Ms. Flage, so yeah, a couple of questions then from me. The first one being whether a different approach is needed for sites where you already have unacceptable, where you already have a master plan. And as well, and this is, I think, Ms. Sonnen's point. So the paragraph 4.xxx that we were looking at earlier, and that's the bit that sets out the stuff about, the factors that might mean that a site below 100 needs to have a master plan and be subject to this policy. So I think the point that Ms. Sonnen is making, and my question arising from that is, well, look, you know what these sites are, you know where they are. When I'm looking at the things in that paragraph, it says, well, other significant development requiring a master plan will be determined according to its scale, complexity, sensitivity, and impact on the surrounding environment and community, as well as the nature and extent of spatial and design detail being submitted. Well, that's stuff that you already know, isn't it, about sites that are in the plan?
Yes.
So should the plan be more explicit about non-strategic sites and which ones will require a master plan, given that you know which ones match that kind of wording?
It could be more explicit. I mean, the council's going through an exercise at the moment of scoping all the allocation sites in terms of what master planning requirements would be needed on this site.
My apologies, could you say that again?
So the council's going through an exercise at the moment beyond the strategic housing sites for the other allocation sites to scope out what master planning requirements would be needed on such sites, to inform that sort of classification, if you like, which would then form part of sort of pre-application discussions with the applicant. So I think the choice is either going down that route or actually being more definitive, as you say, and putting it in the actual policy.
So this exercise, that's what will be required as part of the master plan, whether a master plan will be required, and if so, what will need to be in it.
Yeah, exactly. So literally going through those issues of scale, complexity, sensitivity, etc.
Right. So that's well, that's what this policy does, isn't it?
The policy is requiring setting out the criteria, isn't it, for assessing what sites will need a master plan.
Yeah.
But I think what the lady was saying is that, well, actually, could you be more explicit in terms of the allocation sites and actually say in those policies that a master plan will be required for those sites?
Yes.
So.
I'm confused now. Sorry, there's something I haven't quite followed, and I think it's this bit that you said about this exercise, some exercise that the council's undertaking separately to the local plan examination. It's probably because I don't really understand what that is.
Right. I think the point that was being made is that couldn't the council, to be clearer, actually set out in the allocation policies beyond the strategic housing sites where a master plan will be required. So in effect, it's identifying which allocations equate to significant development in terms of requiring a master plan.
That
and
was
actually setting that out in the plan to give more certainty.
That was both Miss Sonender's point and also my question to you. Yes, I'm still not clear what the answer is.
No. Well, you're just asking me now, so the council could consider doing that.
Yeah, the question really is whether that is necessary for soundness, because you're telling me on the one hand that it's necessary for soundness to spell things out in relation to the strategic sites. That being so, is there a reason why it's not necessary for soundness to spell things out in relation to the non-strategic?
Yeah, it's difficult because beyond the strategic housing sites, so sites around 100 dwellings, it's not always possible to identify if a site requires a master plan, because you simply don't have the evidence to hand. And it's only when more site-specific, technical survey information, is undertaken, that you have the information to then make an assessment in terms of, is this a sensitive site? Is a master plan required? To do it as just a desktop exercise, just looking at a plan, might not be able to inform the decision robustly enough. So that's why at the moment that flexibility is in there for the relevant evidence to be collated by the applicant on the site. So then the applicant and the council almost together can say, right, so we understand this site and the key constraints and the key issues that need resolving and the sensitivities. We probably need to do, a master plan to address X, Y, Z. There will be instances where that situation will occur. Because only so much evidence has been submitted for the sites beyond the strategic housing sites in terms of, site-specific survey work, etc.
Now, I'm just trying to understand what kind of difference that might make.
Well, it would inform your assessment of how sensitive the site was, and what issues needed to be resolved and integrated on the site. So it would inform your decision-making process.
Okay.
And also as well with the smaller sites that we're talking about that could equate to significant development. I mean, some of them will come in as outline applications, with further reserved matters to be submitted. Others will come in as full applications. So sites that are submitted as full applications, you'd obviously want to embed a master plan, in the actual permission itself. Whereas with an outline that's going to be very high level with very little detail, you'd want to do the master plan, but before, that outline was actually submitted. So that there are different situations that I think that the policy sort of needs to apply to. It's not a one size fits all, as I keep saying.
So I think what you're telling me is that it's clear that the strategic sites will require master planning because of all of those things listed in that paragraph, the context, the scale, etc.
Yeah.
and that is also true of sites that are over 100 and over 100 and more dwellings.
Yes.
But that even though that you might like to add greater prescription in relation to smaller sites, that's not necessarily possible because you don't have the fine-grained level of detail that you would require to justify that to me in relation to the other smaller allocations proposed in the plan. Is that right?
That is right. And it's evidence in effect, isn't it? That fine-grained detail.
Okay. Mr. Osborne. Oh, sorry. It's
I was just going to say, at some point, I'm happy to respond to Miss Cottier's points.
Yes, sorry. I did actually put that to you first, but then we got rather excited on Miss Sonender's point. The point about sites that already have. I have seen obviously, the detail of master plans, just to be absolutely clear, is not for my consideration. I have nonetheless seen some of them during the course of the examination, so I'm aware that there are master plans, presumably at varying degrees of preparedness for some of the strategic sites. So how does the plan deal with that? Does it need to deal with that in your view?
Now, I think an important point that I wanted to make is that for large sites, master plans aren't just produced in one go. They're produced in a sort of staged approach through the planning process. So from your initial site identification to your policy allocation, to you might do a master plan SPD, to an outline application, a pre-commencement condition. So you're fixing proportionate and more detailed levels of planning and design information as you move through the planning process. So that's a really important principle to understand for large sites. You don't just do one master plan, okay? So each master plan that's produced through that planning process should effectively form the brief for the next level of detail in the master plan. So I think the master plans that Ms. Cottier is referring to are master plans that were produced to support the strategic sites policy for Luton, to demonstrate the site, from an inspector's point of view, could address constraints, opportunities, it had been consulted on, it evidenced deliverability. So such master plans are quite common, that these are produced to support policy allocations. So that master plan is relevant, and that master plan should form the basis for any further master planning. So the purpose of the policy SP14 to SP19 is to ensure that the council actually formally approves a master plan that's going to either inform or sit within an outline planning permission. So the policy makes it clear that where there are live planning applications, which is relevant to the case of Luton and others, we're not suggesting any master planning work done to date is cancelled out and the applicant starts again. The policy doesn't suggest that. It says that a master plan will need to be produced, within the confines of that live outline application. So it can basically be pulled together by, existing information that's been produced to date. So that's quite an important principle. Does that make sense?
It does to me. Thank
And
you.
another point I wanted to raise was about this tense issue that Ms. Cottier raises. I think she's referring to the submitted version of the plan on page 27, where the council sets out its vision. So its vision is, by the end of the plan period, by 2031. Okay, so this is looking back. Strategic sites will have been master planned in accordance with the guiding principles set out within this plan. Okay, so that paragraph is very clear that it's looking back, it's part of a vision statement. And hopefully when we look back, they have all been master planned sufficiently and are going to deliver high quality development. So I think that addresses the point around tense. Does that make sense?
Again, it does to me. Fear not, I shall mention it if it doesn't. If at any point
I like to check.
It doesn't make sense to me, I will get back to you. Mr. Aspinall.
Well, I must admit, I've got mixed feelings about this. One side of me says, yes, in the plan, you need to have a more specific wording when somebody's putting in a planning application so that everybody knows where they stand at any particular time before any effort, before any money is spent in doing things. And I'm just going to divert for a second. In some conditions where you have archaeological considerations to be taken into account, it puts in the condition that you have to produce a written statement of investigation. But it doesn't say in the planning condition what it's got to contain. This is where I have mixed feelings. It doesn't say what you have to put into that. And that comes after you've got your planning application approved. But that wording could be in such a way that you never actually get your building up, because the wording in the WSI goes on and on and on and on. So in that respect, there is a question of certainty from a builder's point of view as to how they're going to deal with this particular site. So I've got mixed feelings for the following reason, that I like to ask the question, where does this wording come from? Because the wording is very wordy. It could be interpreted by somebody in different ways. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just wondering where it's come from. Has it come from a useful example somewhere, which is effectively working? Or is this wording that has been produced by the North Herts district team? Just to give you, I know we are going to go through these each one, aren't we? But yes.
I'm hopeful we'll start that soon.
Yes, the point that I'm trying to get at this point is that I have mixed feelings about bureaucracy of a lot of words that mean nothing until somebody starts to interpret them. And when they start to interpret them, it means a lot and becomes very costly to everybody. And that includes the person who's going to buy the house at the end of the day. So we have to be very careful what we're saying here. The first thing is that I think this lot here is very, very wordy. It opens up the Pandora's box of interpretation. Second is that by setting out this in this way, it could mean that before you make an application, you have to comply with making this master plan. And if you can't comply with those points that are set it there, it's a refusal before you've even started. And it may be for various logical reasons why the builder can't comply with that particular aspect. You're talking about accessible, multifunctional, green infrastructural network that's supporting healthy lifestyles, etc. It may not be within the terms of those words that what the planner is thinking and what the builder is thinking, and even what the final customer is thinking. So I hope, Mr. Barclay, that you will understand that the concept of bureaucracy, and at the same time to be more precise, yet at the same time creating interpretations that could go totally overboard because they want to refuse the application. So that my main question, because we're going to go through all these items, is that it's nearly a precondition. It's nearly a precondition. And as you know, the guidelines are not to create preconditions. Not to create preconditions before you even start. But where does this wording come from? It might be better if it was in bullet points. It might be better if it was in guidelines. But then that takes me back to this WSI, which then creates many, many more problems. And I understand this question about Mrs. Cottier saying about the master plans that have been created. Well, of course, if you've spent 2 years discussing a master plan and now it's going to be changed, that's 2 years wasted. But is this a means whereby somebody's going to come and say, from my point of view, actually, you can't have this? And finally, this question about the 100 houses. You know, it has been said this morning that others, specific sites, might be included. Might. They're either in or they're out. You can't have a might. I can understand that if you're building 700 houses, you need a master plan. But if you're building 80 houses, you don't need a master plan that has got to be agreed before you put a planning application in. You might have guidelines which you'd like to discuss and mutually agree those items that are there, and no doubt the developer will be look kindly upon issues that are going to get him his planning application through, but not specific. So I've got double talk here. The WSI I don't like because it's an ever-ending issue of interpretation without words, and with this, it's a very wordy aspect that is possibly going to be an interpretation by whoever is the planning officer dealing with it. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thanks.
I was resisting making this point now, but I hope you'll find it helpful for me to do so. We've set it out in detail, the reason for it in our statement, so I'm not going to go through it in depth, but the discussion about time tenses and so on, about how we take into account master plans that are already in play, as it were. We've got an identical set of provisions in each of policies SP 14 to 19 that seek to address that. And the first one of our proposed amendments to the main modifications is that should be extracted from each of those policies and simply put into policy SP9. So the SP9 has that provision that where applications have already been submitted to the council, etc., built into it. That would allow it to capture all sites where master plans had been submitted or were submitted in advance of the local plan being adopted in the first instance. So that hopefully you'll find helpful as a way of simplifying, clarifying this set of main modifications. I've obviously got a couple of other points that I'll come to later, but this seemed an appropriate time to make that point.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cottier.
Yeah, I've just gone and looked up at the two numbers of the documents of the master plan I was referring to before, and that's ED 28. That was published November 2017. The statement of common ground between North Herts District Council, Blur Homes, the Crown Estate Strategic Allocations, EL 1, 2 and 3. And then the second, the document that where the other master plan, which I have recently used in my extra information for the strategic site of Luton submission, which I gave you extra information that's in the examination library. That's ED 81. That was published February 2018. And that's the statement of common ground again between North Herts District Council, Blur Homes, the Crown Estate, re-education provision of strategic sites, EL 1, 2 and 3 east of Luton. So those two documents were there right at the beginning of our journey, and that's what we've been discussing ever since, and they've been in place, which just relates to what Jonathan Dixon just said about you know, these some of the sites have already had things put in on them. However, I've just noticed something which I must call to everybody's attention, because I'm actually quite shocked. This has just happened last night. Yeah, it's pretty serious. Last night when I was on the computer, I was investigating this thing about delegation of power, because which is not what I'm going to talk about, but this is how I came across this. I was going through all the examination documents, because in 2019, delegation of power changed from Councillor Levitt over to Councillor Clark. And I'd received an email, a letter via email from Councillor Levitt Sunday night, saying that in 2019, power switched from, well, the role of executive planning switched from him to Councillor Clark. So what I then proceeded to do was to go onto the examination library to look at what documents were produced during the Levitt era and what documents were produced during the Clark era, because the delegation of power would have, in principle, the process of it that we discussed yesterday would have been the same, but it would have been a different person that we were talking about. And I went through the documents, writing some of the first ones that Councillor Levitt was the executive member for Planning and Enterprise. And I wrote down the titles on my paper here. And I've also got screenshots, I think, in some of my statements. But for example, ED 6, the Statement of Common Ground with Aylesbury Vale, and which was the 10th of July 2017, was redacted last night. ED 7, Statement of Common Ground with St Albans, 6th of September 2017, redacted in the title on the examination library. And a little voice in my head last night, and I'm really annoyed I didn't listen to this voice in my head, but it said, take a screenshot, Carolyn, of these examination library documents. And I thought, screenshot? Why should I take a screenshot of the index for the examination library documents? Nobody's going to come along and change that. That's crazy. You know, what has happened this morning, I've gone on to the examination library documents, and all the documents that had redacted after them, has magically disappeared. The word redacted on every single one has magically disappeared. So somebody has gone through and removed redacted. There were numerous documents that have had, up till last night, redacted in their title. So I'm quite amazed, and I didn't take a screenshot. And that's really irritating, because something said to me, take a screenshot, and I was like, no, nobody's going to come along and change the index. That's ridiculous. But if we go and we look at the examination library online today, we look at ED 6. Oh, lo and behold, the Statement of Common Ground between NHDC and Aylesbury Vale District Council PDF. The word -redacted has been removed. Same on ED7, the one after. So somebody has removed it. So was it redacted all this time, or wasn't it redacted? It was redacted and now it isn't. And that was the same which applied to the ED81. And actually, thankfully, I do have some concrete proof of that, because I've already submitted all the details for that document, plus the links in the most recent extra information I gave to you, which is published, and you'll see in the title indeed, and the link, it says redacted. And now you look and you compare it to today's examination list, you tell me where the word redacted is on any of those documents. It's all been removed. So somebody's been in and changed that. And that's quite an important thing. Was it in place whilst we were talking, or had it been redacted? Because if it, in the case of statement of common ground, that remains to be the one of the primary means by which duty to cooperate is demonstrated. And that's why these statements of common grounds, because they tend to be the means by which it's demonstrated that duty to cooperate has taken place. And duty to cooperate is a black and white issue. You've either done it or you haven't. There's no in between grey area. So in the case where we call to the attention in our extra information that there was only a statement of common ground, it seemed, between North Herts Council and the other councils hadn't been included. If you recall, Roy Parker's statement says this, that there was nothing for Aylesbury Vale, and there was nothing for the other one, Aylesbury Vale and Central Beds at that time. We now find that Aylesbury Vale previously redacted statement has now magically been unredacted. So now all it's magically come back again right at the end, along with a lot of the other documents. So who's been in there since last night and changed all of that, and why have they done it? And does this relate to the duty to cooperate, which is really closely connected to what we're talking about today, because duty to cooperate on strategic matters is statutory, whereas the details, as previously mentioned, are more flexible and optional. But the strategic matters, there has to be a demonstration of duty to cooperate has been met at the point of submission. So something like a master plan that's contained in those documents that I've just given you, ED 28 and 81, we're looking at a sizable plot of land involving 1, 2, 3 access roads. Now the access roads don't move; they're always the same. So what's changed about that? So any issues relating to these fixtures that cannot be changed, cannot be juggled around, we will take what we've been told at the beginning, because nothing can be changed about that. And this plan process should have been ironing out these things. This is all what's being suggested now is great, but it should have been done prior to the point of submission and then being ironed out in the early days. Not now this idea of master plan tweaking is now being introduced right at the end when we've all finished talking and we're about to go home and wait for your final report or your final suggestions for modifications. This is a bit late in the day to be doing this. It's a great idea, but it's sort of turned back the clock to 2017 now.
Okay,
and I don't know where the hell those redacted, who's removed that and why. That is really dodgy, so dodgy. Can't believe it. I'm so annoyed at myself and not taking the screenshot last night, but I'm just relieved I've actually have got the statements in my statements that I put in for these two matters. At least they're in that, and the previous ones we can actually see redacted was on the actual title of the document and on the main index on that, plus numerous other documents. Now they've all magically gone. I don't think that's a good thing at all.
Thank you. Ms. Sunnender.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of flag up the case of what happens when a small site is owned by more than one person, because some of the issues I think that we've seen in sites brought forward in Letchworth is to do with the fact that actually by not having a master plan, one just looks at their little bit of the site and another looks at their bit and doesn't look at the potential to deliver for the surrounding community in particular. So I'd like that picked up in some criteria if we get to some criteria, please.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is take final comments on this particular point, and then move all the way onto the first full sentence that's in bold and red in ED 216. So, Ms. Flage, on what we've just heard.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think I'll defer the response to Ms. Cottier's points to Mr. Smith.
Certainly, yeah, I can pick that up. I've been on the website. Nothing's changed from what it was last night. Nothing's been removed. Nothing's been added. The index of examination documents doesn't mention the word redacted and never has. But when you go into the individual PDFs, they do, and all that is redacted are individual signatures for data protection purposes.
Ms. Flage?
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Dixon's suggestion of either repeating or relocating the text that currently says in the strategic housing site policies, where applications have already been submitted to the council, a strategic master plan should be agreed prior to or as part of the grant of planning permission into policy SP9, because then that would also apply to strategic development sites as well. So the council would agree with that suggestion.
So moving that wording from the site-specific policies and putting it into SP9.
Or repeating it in SP9. I think I'd prefer to keep it there and repeat it in SP9. So it also applies to significant development sites. Whereas at the moment, that sentence is just applying to the strategic housing sites, where obviously we have a number of applications already submitted. So we wanted to be clear about how the policy related to those. I think. Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah. So I've noted that as the council suggesting a main modification to do that.
Yeah. And yeah, I just wanted to respond to the point made about where you have sites in different ownership and how master plans can be helpful there to set out a coordinated design response. And the existing text that supports policy SP9 does say, in some circumstances, a master plan may need to consider the cumulative impact and coordinated planning of more than one site to achieve positive planning outcomes.
Sorry, was that in the red text in the main?
That's in the red text, yes. So that's part of this current definition of what could constitute significant development.
Yeah, I thought that I'd read something about it. I was earlier just trying to find it. Whereabouts is that?
It's the paragraph that follows 4.116. So it's a 4.xxx. As such, the council, it starts with.
Yeah. Right, okay. Okay, thank you. Right, so as I said then, I'm going to go on then to criteria I, which is, so expect master plans and planning applications for significant development to I, create buildings, spaces and streets which positively reflect and respond to the local landscape, townscape and historic character. Ms. Flage?
Yes. Sorry, do you want me to source where all of these have come from? That would be quite an exercise to do. I could cross-reference all of these objectives. So
I don't want you to do that. What I'd like you to do is to tell me why that particular part of the proposed main modification is necessary. I know you're going to repeat the point that you need to add this kind of detail. So I take that for granted. But anything specific that you can say about this and effectiveness and consistency with national policy?
Yeah, I mean, this set of criteria can all be traced back to National Planning Policy Guidance in NPPF. So within those chapters and the supporting NPPG, there will be reference to these planning / design objectives. So that's the first thing. The second thing is they also all relate to the government's National Design Guide, which was produced in 2019. So you can cross-reference them to the 10 characteristics of good design that are within that document. And then the third thing they've been informed by are other policies in the plan. So you can cross-reference them to other strategic policies in the plan, such as SP10, Healthy Communities, SP11, Natural Resources, SP12, Green Infrastructure, Landscape and Biodiversity, D1, Sustainable Design, NE1, Landscape, NE2, Green Infrastructure, NE5, New and Improved Public Open Space and Biodiversity, NE8, SUDS, and SP6, Sustainable Transport. So they're cross-referencing other policies in the plan, other planning objectives, and they're putting them into one place in terms of relating to strategic sites and significant development. So all these planning and design objectives taken as one will achieve, if they're implemented, high quality development.
Ms. Norgan.
Is it possible for Ms. Cottier to explain in a bit more detail exactly what has been redacted? Because I didn't understand what she actually meant. Was it just a signature that had been redacted, or did the document actually say who the officer was, or the councillor who approved whatever document it was? Can you just explain, clarify what had been redacted?
Yeah, can I just check, is there a reason why you wanted to know about that, Ms. Norgan?
Well, it does seem rather strange.
Well, as I understood it, well, without referring to my note, but Ms. Cottier, I think, was talking about the document naming, which had said redacted previously, but no longer does. Mr. Smith, as I understood it, said that the document names, so far as he was aware, hadn't changed, but that the signatures on the various documents had been redacted for data protection reasons. That's how I understood the conversation had gone, if that helps.
Can Ms. Cottier come back on that at all? I don't know that Ms. Cottier agrees with that.
Well, whether these things have changed or not, I don't know. I have to say I'm struggling to work out how it's relevant to what I'm talking about today. Ms. Ormsby, you've got your hand up there.
So yes, it's not on that point. It was literally just to draw your attention to the point that I think we probably need to insert the word strategic before master plans in little paragraph B, because otherwise we've got just a reference to master plans in that part of paragraph B, and in the next part of paragraph B we've got a reference to strategic master plans, and Ms. Flage will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that they're not meant to be two different things. All that this policy is directed to is strategic master plan. So just for clarity, that word probably needs to go in there.
Yeah, that's correct.
As we're on that part of the policy. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cotier.
So yeah, the document I can give you just the number ED6 and ED7 both last night said redacted in the title, and the reason that's important is because they were statements of common ground for Aylesbury Vale and St Albans respectively, and then the whole time that this hearing's been going on, it said in the title line that they were redacted, and Aylesbury Vale is one of the authorities within the total housing market area, and it has been since the beginning, and that's that's clearly in the plan, and it's also clearly in Luton's adopted local plan. So I pointed out that in my statement recently, in my matter statement, I said that I was concerned that Aylesbury Vale seems to have its statement of common ground redacted, thus where is it? And now all of a sudden today the title has changed to it's no longer redacted, so it stands as good then, we should presume. And that was one of the weaknesses we pointed out, and now that all they've done is they've unredacted it, but yet the whole time this has been taking place, we've been presuming it had been redacted, and it wasn't really there because it said redacted. And the same for ED7 as well. And there's some other documents that applies to. So you can't just suddenly say something isn't redacted anymore after it's been listed for all this time as redacted. So that was my point on that. And it's relevant because it's to do with duty to cooperate, because it's a statement of common ground. And that's the main means by which duty to cooperate is demonstrated for the most part. So this is a really, duty to cooperate is a really important thing that they must always prove that has taken place. So to just suddenly say, oh, now we've changed the name on the document, it's taken place, we're okay. It's a bit underhanded to do that, to change it right at the end when all this time it's been listed as redacted. Thus we all thought, well, that doesn't apply anymore because it's been redacted. Anyhow, that was the answer to that. But regarding the duty to cooperate and the key strategic matters that have to be shown to have been covered in the master plan, this has to have been done at the start. It can't just come in at the end. And the reason I think this has actually come up as has even come up at all at this late stage is I think it all goes back. Now we've only got the two main strategic sites mentioned in the policy is Baldock and Luton, east of Luton. And as we know from our last hearing sessions, we hit on an obstacle regarding a portion of the EL1 site that appeared to be very difficult to iron out because it involved an overlap. So the submitted master plan that we've been using to date overlapped with the permitted development from the Luton side. And this is a strategic matter because it's involving two different districts or two different counties. So in my response to what Mr. Howell Williams QC had been saying in the last sessions, I give a lot of detail in that document, ED.
Just pause you there. I have to be careful, Ms. Cotier, because you're verging into something here that was initially discussed at a previous session, and the other interested parties that were at that session aren't here today.
Okay, so we won't mention anybody's names. We'll just say what I have produced in relation to the strategic master plan, which is what we're talking today.
Well, yeah, if you can Yeah, stick
Fix that
specifically.
within that boundary, sure.
Because otherwise it's not fair on other people.
I understand, that's fine, that's a fair point, I understand, I agree with you. So what I say in that document is that, and this was taken from the webinars that I've been listening to by QC Bedford, so I'm taking this to be somebody knowledgeable who said that. The local authority has to defend itself against strategic challenges that relate to strategic matters, and that's the limitation, the extent of duty to cooperate. So, and then he says that plan making stops at the point of submission, so the authority can't rely on actions taken after the date of submission, and the Selby case established that. And he said one of the key reasons that local plans fail on duty to cooperate is if there's been a breakdown in the duty to cooperate early on, prior to the date of submission, in regards to coexisting key strategic developments. So the reason that East of Luton is fitting that definition of coexisting key strategic developments is because it fits the definition that he gave regarding so it says, so what is a strategic matter? And he said we can find it in the legislation itself, brackets, for the purposes of subsection 3, each of the following is a strategic matter, and in brackets, sustainable development, A, sustainable development or use of land that has or would have a significant impact on at least 2 planning areas, including, in particular, sustainable development or use of land for or in connection with infrastructure that is strategic and has or would have a significant impact on at least 2 planning areas. So that, and then there's another part, B, sustainable development or use of land in a 2-tier area if the development or use is 1, a county matter, or 2, has or would have significant impact on a county matter. And it says that time and again. The key example are where inspectors' decisions reoccur time and again in relation to securing compliance with the duty to cooperate. So the issue that arose regarding the master plan map that we've been using for the East of Luton is it fits the definition of that 2-tier area, because we've got the development on the Luton side is going over onto the green belt in the Herts side, and the Herts side is affecting is for the strategic health that is supposedly for the unmet Luton housing need, and is occurring on land that is within the boundary of the other Luton side 2 developments. So that's how it's and it's for an infrastructure project, and it's also for infrastructure to do with energy and to do with the airport as well as strategic because it's to do with housing, as well as strategic because it's to do with Greenbelt. So all of these issues are within the scope of the duty to cooperate that has to have been, according to QC Bedford, demonstrated early on at the start. And he also made the point of saying it's a pretty critical thing because with duty to cooperate,
forgive me. Yeah, I think what you were reading from there was the legislation in relation to the duty to cooperate, and it was that part of it which I've in effect confirmed applies in this case, such that the duty to cooperate in relation to this local plan is something which applies. Hence, if we can cast our minds back, and it seems quite a long time ago now, but that was, if I recall, the very first hearing session, I think, where we discussed the duty to cooperate. So I'm not going to go back over that today on the last day of the hearings, but I think what you're trying to do, I think you're trying to make a link between that and the master plan, because it's the master planning policy that I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about the duty to cooperate, but if there's a link there, and it's probably my fault, I'm not quite grasping that point.
Okay. Well,
it's my fault.
No, it's not. It's not. It's really it's complicated. So the duty to cooperate around these key strategic matters has to take place not just through verbally producing a statement that, we cooperate on this, that, and the other. There has to be some type of evidence that the work has been undertaken to be able to justify saying that, because anyone can say anything about anything.
You are absolutely right. That meeting the duty to cooperate is something that has to be evidenced by the council, and as I said, that's a thing that looked at in the first hearing session.
Yeah, but what's transpired is we've seen that these things haven't been effective. So you've made an effort to secure cooperation, as if they've discussed it, but they haven't. The next stage under the NPPF 178 to 181 is that they have to then has to produce effective and deliverable policies, robust and comprehensive. And then we've been looking at this these policies that are supposedly covering these strategic issues, and all we've ended up with is one of the big strategic sites is overlapping on the neighbouring council's big strategic project, nationally significant infrastructure project, and they're sharing the same land. And that's the main way I prove that is by looking at these master plans that we've all been looking at.
That's on that point. I do need to go really careful, because, as I said before, the other side who took a different view, they aren't here today. So I suppose the point is what that means in terms of this master plan policy, and I think it would help if everybody actually sort of focuses on and thinks about how, in their view, this policy needs to be changed or ought to be changed for soundness reasons. So I suppose what I'm asking you is, in the light of what you've just said to me there, Ms. Cottier, do you think that leads to, or the issues that you've just raised, do those lead to a need to change policy SP9 in some particular way?
Do the shortcomings and the overlapping, the failure on doing something as basic as making sure your two strategic plans don't share a portion of land, can we now address that problem by rewriting the policy now at this late date? No, we can't. We could have done if we'd done this at the beginning, but now not really. Because all the evidence base underpinning the east of Luton sites has been based on non-consideration of this problem, along with the transport studies. So it can't really be addressed by merely producing some policies that talk generally about master planning, when we've still got the physical reality that none of the items that we've talked about have related to anything going on the ground, which has been unfolding the whole time. And it doesn't matter whether the QC that I spoke to, that I was engaged with public debate last time, is here or not. The facts remain the same, whether he's here or he's in another country. We're not talking about him. He was merely representing Luton Borough Council. Luton Borough Council didn't engage with North Hart District Council at the time of them putting in the planning applications. They haven't, they notified the two parishes twice, and they only notified North Hart's once. So why did the parishes get and all the other councils get notified of the consultation twice in writing, invited, they were statutory consultees, they were notified twice. North Herts, funnily enough, North Herts and Central Beds once. First one in January 2018, they got entirely not, they didn't write anything to them and invite them, even though it was going on in the area and they probably would have known about it. They weren't officially, so there was not effort to discuss this key strategic issue right at the beginning. It's just a fact, it didn't happen. You can say what you want about it, whether we can all write a statement that it did happen, but the fact is the evidence suggests otherwise. It didn't. And now we have a problem of an overlapping plan. Thus they want to try to be given permission to tweak the master plans on strategic sites. But they can tweak it, but we still haven't discussed the implications of what was really happening, or how, even if they do tweak the pictures, if they make a different picture and they change it, they still can't change things like where the access roads go or the main strategic issues, such as the fact it's floodland, not floodland, but it's got flood issues.
No, I know. I mean, here's how you can best sort of help me today. I mean, not just you, but everybody else as well that's joined the hearing. So, I mean, I know that in your case, Ms. Cottier, you've got some fundamental objections to the plan, and for reasons that you've set out very clearly throughout the examination hearings. You know, you think that it should either be rejected entirely or certain parts of it should be rejected entirely, whichever. And, you know, I have noted, I totally, you know, understand those points, and, you know, I don't need to go back over those sort of fundamental kind of points that you've made throughout the examination. But and I understand that. I understand the point that you just made there, really, that, well, look, there are these fundamental shortcomings that master plans can't address, and I understand that absolutely. But I suppose, well, you might have heard me say to the council on a number of occasions throughout these things. Well, in fact, yesterday, I think I said this. Well, look, council, what if I don't agree with you on this point? What then? So, I mean, this, you know, the whole master plan policy is only going to be relevant if the plan's found sound. So if I agree with you on the fundamental points, well, then the whole plan gets kicked out potentially. So you need to look at it in the kind of perspective of, or through the lens of, right, okay, so this is a plan that's going to get adopted in some form. What do I, you know, what do you think that in that context that this policy should look like? Because, you know, it would be a policy in an adopted plan. At that kind of, you know, that theoretical point, if you see what I mean.
Okay, well, in answer to that, I think I gave you, I understand your question. I gave the answer to that in as much as I said the East of Luton site needs to be taken out entirely because it doesn't have justification for being there. And then that removes all of the issues I've just complained about. That would remove all of that. And we've produced the evidence to show why there is no justification for using that greenbelt land for a housing site full stop. So any other talk about it thereafter of how would we make that more agreeable, it isn't agreeable in its basic premise, and we do not agree that there's justification to be there at all in any shape or form on that point. And that may seem extreme and uncompromising, but we have gone through the evidence that would need to justify its release, and we have, as far as we're concerned.
No, I know, and I'm not going to go back over that today. Otherwise, I'd have to let everybody who objects to any site in the plan turn up and say the same sort of thing. And I've been there, and I've done all that. I know which sites people object to and why, and I've heard all of that evidence. I'm not going back over that today, but the best way to look at this is, look, if I disagree with you, yes, and the plan gets adopted with the East of Luton sites in it, and they are then sites in the adopted local plan, what would you, in that situation, want this policy to have in it in terms of master planning? So I suppose, in a sense, looking at it from your perspective, how would you make the best of a very bad job, if I can be forgiven for putting it that way? But I guess that's one way that you might look at it. So thinking about that is the best, is going to help you sort of tell me the kind of things that I need to know from you, or want to know from you about this policy and the things that we're talking about today. What I'm going to do now, though, is take the morning adjournment, and perhaps you could have well, you and everyone else actually could have a little think about that. And like I say to everyone, look, really, this discussion is about what this policy should look like, not whether I agree with you on fundamental matters that you've already raised to me throughout the examination. I have all of those points already, and as I've said previously, I've got quite a bit of consideration and thinking to do on those more fundamental points. So I'm going to have a break for half an hour now, and come back and move all the way to criterion 2 in ED 216 under SP9. So I make it 10:50. I'll adjourn the hearing to resume at 11:20. And if everyone, please, as before, don't leave the meeting. If you could just turn your video and cameras off, please.
We are still live, Inspector, and all good to go.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, it is now 11:20, and so I resume the hearing. Before I move on to 2 then, is anyone here to tell me that the change proposed under criterion I is not necessary for soundness? Ms. Hamilton.
I do apologise, sir, that I wasn't here for the last hour. Can I just quickly clarify something, please? Because we've got a little bit lost by this. I think a few people have got a little bit lost, and your clarification would be amazing. I've Googled it and I'm still a bit iffy. So the strategic plan, that's the sort of basis of where they look at the direction and how they're going to do the decisions and things. And yet then the master plan is the bit, and the strategic plan is between like literally the developer and the council and the landowner, and yet the master plan is then the long range bit that comes after it, taking all the bits into it, and that obviously can change slightly, and that has more sort of input by stakeholders and communities and things. Is that correct, sir?
Okay, my understanding, and Ms. Flage can correct me if I get this wrong, but my understanding is that well, in the way that the council is using the terminology is to call them strategic master plans, and so that is just the one entity, if you like, the one term that's being used in the local plan, but as I understood it from Miss Flage, that is not to say that it is necessarily just one thing, that is one document that is called a strategic master plan, but that there are degrees of layering, if you like, a little bit like an onion. This is going to be such a bad analogy. But
I always say Russian dolls.
Okay, yeah, well, okay, we'll go with that. I think that's probably better. Russian dolls, why not? On first of all, the strategic master plan will look at very broad sort of fundamental principles to be agreed with stroke by the council before it then moves on and develops into finer grained detail. Is that a reasonable characterisation, Ms. Flage?
Yes, so the strategic master plans fundamentally will inform outline planning applications and be approved as part of an outline planning permission. But the outline planning permission will then inform further planning applications, which tends to be the case for big sites. So we'll see phased reserve matters submitted to the local authority, and obviously they will be accompanied by a finer grain of master planning, finer detail.
Can I just, this might be the wrong place, and I apologise for my stupidity, but having dealt with other authorities, it just seems a little bit back to front and inside out, because I know with the master planning, other people are involved, such as stakeholders and as groups such as the wildlife trusts, etc. Surely if you're doing a strategic master plan that gets approved, then we're going down that column, and then it's going to be one of them situations where, oh well, it's been approved now and it's too late and we can't go back on all this, and it's all going to go a little bit wrong. I'm very concerned by this. I am really concerned.
Well, the current policy word.
Forgive me. Yeah, I think the way it works is that, as Ms. Flage said, let's just say in this as an example that you have a scheme where the developer submits an outline planning application to begin with. The council would use this policy to require, as part of that outline planning application, a strategic master plan which deals with or covers all of the criteria that are set out in the policy, before they would grant,
Okay.
and it would have to deal with those things acceptably as well, before they would grant outline planning permission. Now that outline planning permission, well, the council could deal with this in one of two ways. It would either attach planning conditions to the outline planning permission, requiring that the development goes ahead, or that reserve matters also include a finer grained level of strategic master planning, so that those finer grained details would then have to be included as part of the reserved matters applications. So it is a little bit complicated, but that is the way I think that the council intends this policy to work.
Okay, well, all I'd have to say at that point, though, is surely there should be certain stakeholders and other people involved at that stage, because otherwise you could get down all the line and all the route and then suddenly go, oops, actually, you can't go ahead with that site because of this and this. It just seems, I just think my only point regarding this bit is the fact that if that's the way they're going to do it, which seems a bit back to front and not like other plans, I just think other stakeholders should be involved at that point, sir. Thank you.
If it helps, part of the council's proposed change here in ED 216 is to include the following sentence. It says strategic master plans will be produced for, and then the strategic sites, by the landowner stroke developer in collaboration with the council and key stakeholders.
What number are you on, sir? Again?
Right, that's jumping forward from where I currently am, but that was just to help you.
Sorry, sir.
No, not at all. That's in ED 216. Those are the proposed modifications.
Yes, I'm on that.
Forward, yeah. So it's on the second page.
Okay.
After criterion X, you've got a new paragraph that starts strategic master plans.
Will be produced for sites SP 14 to 19.
Yeah, by the landowner developer in collaboration with the council and key stakeholders.
Right, okay. And I take it that stakeholders will include people like the Wildlife Trust, etc., etc. then. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure. Mr. Aspinall.
The more I look at this, the more I can become slightly concerned. You know, it's just the word slightly. I know that there's 100 dwellings, but I have this awful feeling that this will be used for smaller developments, including those under 50. Now, you'll know the white paper is talking about the under 50 as having a different designation. It is also saying that there should be no preconditions. And this is, in effect, a precondition. So there are two questions and a suggestion. The first question, which wasn't answered to me by Ms. Flage, was where does this wording come from? Is it in other local plans, or is it by government guidelines, or is it drawn up simply by North Herts District Council? The second is that I'd like to suggest to you, and I do this with a condition that it depends upon how we go through these points, but I'll give you notice that when it says in B, expect master plans and planning applications for significant development, we should add in where expedient, applicable and possible. Now, the reason I say that is because some of the points here, the developer and North Herts District Council and Hertfordshire County Council may have no control whatsoever over water, over utilities, over things like that, over transport, buses and such. So there needs to be some element whereby the non-compliance with these particular points, which I understand why they've been put in, won't automatically mean that the application will be refused. And that takes me to the next point, is that if, with all the stakeholders, this goes into negotiation, and there's one particular point that, because this is a precondition, and I'm not sure whether preconditions can be applicable under even the current form of planning applications. You'll know more better than me whether that is so. But if there's a sticking point, first of all, will that mean automatic refusal? And secondly, because we can't go on to the planning stage, and secondly, is there an appeal?
Yeah, I'll maybe answer a few of those questions. Not something I'm normally in the habit of doing, but first of all, going backwards, yes, there is the right of appeal if an application's refused, full stop. So, you know, that would be decided most likely by an inspector like me. The other question that I don't mind answering, and Ms. Flage can correct me if I get this bit wrong. That was the question of where the wording comes from. My understanding is that the council, this is the council's wording, but that it has its roots, Ms. Flage says, in both or either the NPPF and the planning practice guidance. And actually, she did mention one or two other.
Also, of note, it has its roots in the National Design Guide. So the government has published the National Design Guide to actually clarify what good design means, because up until that point, local authorities and developers all had a different idea really about what good design meant. So it's quite difficult to agree such matters. So the government's now published the National Design Guide. So there's a consistent understanding for officers, members, the community and developers on what good design means. So the design guide is formed by 10 characteristics and 29 criteria, which I can read out if you want, but they cross-reference, no, I'm not going to do that, but they cross-reference to the design objectives in policy SP9. And also of relevance is the current consultation on NPPF and the National Model Design Code. So the proposed revisions to NPPF place even more weight on the importance of good design in the decision-making process, and will actually require local planning authorities to produce their own design guide that's consistent with the National Design Guide and the National Model Design Code. So it makes sense, I think, for the council to take those characteristics, those design objectives on board and use them to formulate its own policy, because then it's effectively future-proofing its own plan over the plan period to deliver high quality design, which is what the government requires. So that's where it all comes from. Is that okay on that point?
Yes, thank you.
And I think the other point I'd like to make is the reference to the planning white paper. So the planning white paper proposes a fundamentally different way of plan making and development management, whereby master plans are actually front loaded into the plan making process. So master plans are produced, to support planning allocations, and they're adopted in the plan. And that's to front load this master planning work even more. So by the time planning applications are submitted, time isn't wasted on agreeing what the right master plan design response is, because it's already been agreed and adopted in the local plan. So there shouldn't be a need for pre-commencement conditions on further master planning work, because it's been done.
Well,
that's just what the white paper is.
Yes, I don't look. That's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down.
No, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But I'm just saying that
because frankly, we don't know what the new regime will look like, and in any event, whatever changes the planning white paper brings about are unlikely to have any effect on this examination.
I must say, Mr. Barclay, I have read the planning, the design plan, and all I can say to you is that I didn't think it was helpful to a small builder. It was obviously written by somebody who'd never been on a building site in their lives, and we have to take that into account.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aspinall, I missed what it was that you were referring to there.
Well, Mrs. Fledge referred to the design plan that had been produced by the government. I can't remember its exact title.
Oh, the National Design Guide.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I read that.
Yeah.
And all I can say to you is that I read it all, every word, and I didn't think it was at all helpful to the small builder. It's very helpful to the large builder, and perhaps to the planners who have the time to read such a document, but not to the small builder. And that's why I'm happy to go along with these points, because it perhaps condenses and clarifies certain aspects of this precondition. But I'm not happy with the implied implication that it could apply to certain sites that are under 50 even. And don't forget my suggested amendment to the point B.
Yeah, I have noted your point about the smaller sites, Mr. Aspinall. Yeah, I understand fully where you're coming from on that.
Would you like me to repeat the amendment that I've suggested for point B?
No, I think you said that it should include where expedient, applicable, and possible.
That is correct.
I don't know what the council thinks of that, Ms. Flage.
Well, they can sit aside for a moment until we've gone through all the points and come back to that, and I'll explain, rather than taking up the time now to go through the points we're going to go through in a minute, as to where some of them are not applicable and not possible.
Okay, I see. Okay, fine. Ms. Cottier.
Thank you. Where would roads come on the master plan? Would that be would that be the strategic master plan, or should that be is that being included in the later master plan?
Sorry, Ms. Cottier. I didn't hear what you said at the beginning there.
Hello, is this okay now?
Yeah, that's. But I couldn't hear you very well at the beginning.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Regarding the master plan, okay, so we've got an outline map, we've got a master plan that's strategic, that's supposed to cover the sort of the big things that are immovable objects in a sense, and then we've got the later master plan that deals with alterable design aspects of it. So it doesn't seem clear from what we've been presented with in the current version of this policy as to the differences between those things. So things that cannot be changed or removable are fixtures on the landscape, or are strategic matters which override all of the details, versus you could call it the superficial detail. Well, not semi-superficial detail, and then the superficial details like where the hedgerows are going to go and where you know, other things are going to be placed around the edges, or whether it's going to be this side or that side and that kind of thing, as opposed to the actual central composition. So I think what's a bit confusing in the current version of this is that we're ignoring essential composition. Possibly, if we don't define it a bit more clearly, we'd be in danger of ignoring essential composition in favour of superficial detail. And I think we need to be very clear at the beginning is where we deal with the essential composition, because that's involving things like immovable roads, which we can't shift here, there, as opposed to later stages, which are the more sort of semi-superficial, well, they're not superficial, but the semi-superficial details that are movable and flexible, and then the later things that are very flexible. So I think there needs to be more differentiation between these groupings, because some of the strategic sites which this is aimed at, which from what I understand it's mainly aimed at, although there was a suggestion that it should be maybe widened to include all sites, and made more explicitly clear on that point. The strategic sites, such as roads that are currently present, that will not change, that are there now and always will be there. If there's size issues, where would that have been taken into account? In my opinion, that should have already been taken into account, because it's an immovable thing at the start. If the road is a certain width, it's a certain width. That's not going to change unless everybody makes a wider road, and that's costing a lot of money, and that's not even mentioned or on the plan or anything. So the fact that people have to be able to get in and out, and if the roads are of a certain physical size, then I don't think it's satisfactory that doesn't get explicitly stated as being a strategic issue, and because it's relating to transport infrastructure, and shouldn't be addressed later on, because that's far too late. Then what's the point of allocating a site that you can't physically get in and out of? And there's more coming on that later on, because I don't want to go into that, because that's relating to specific measurements of specific roads inside the EL3 sites, which is information that's been collated and will be briefly delivered later. But that is an essential thing, can't be spoke about in later versions, because it doesn't matter how many times you rework the map, you're not going to change the size of a road. If a road is 3 meters width, it's 3 meters width. It can't be changed by producing a later master plan. So I think there needs to be differentiation between essential composition and strategic matters versus the superficial detail if this plan is to work. And that's site-wide, because it would apply in all cases. And it's regardless of whether Luton is in or out, you know.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Inspector. This will probably be the first and the only time that I speak today. It's very difficult for parties opposed to a concept to hold a view regarding the way in which they see that objective improved. I'm referring to your comments before the break. And in some ways, a discussion related to improvement is almost an acceptance of the eventual outcome. So, Inspector, please.
I just want to be absolutely clear on that point, because just because I am talking about this policy does not mean that I've reached conclusions on the fundamental stuff. But it's my job to consider the entire plan and the soundness of the entire plan. Now, clearly, as I sort of said earlier, if I thought that, you know, sites X, Y, and Z were unsound and should be rejected from the plan, well, I know you might think, well, it was a waste of time talking about them in relation to master planning then, wasn't it? But nonetheless, you know, I need to think about these things, as I say, in the round. So I wouldn't want anyone taking that kind of attitude, if I can put it that way, or assuming that I've reached conclusions because we are talking about this policy. That would be wrong.
Okay, well, that's very kind of you, Inspector, and thank you for that clarification. But there are other comments that have been made during the course of the morning, which have given rise to some of the thoughts that I basically would like to convey to you now, if that's possible. So thank you for that intervention. Please bear with us all in recognising that this plan is worthy of improvement and the acceptance of the details here today. I'm not keen on Russian dolls or concentrating effort on the role of the one in the middle when we haven't yet decided on the physical look of the version of the doll on the outside. And I think that sort of summarises the point. I have reported to this examination on previous occasions about the change in the political landscape since first conceiving this local plan for North Herts. It's clear that the Tories were once intent on solving Britain's housing crisis, and the destruction of long-standing planning laws and the emergence of the NPPF was seen as a significant step towards this goal. Since this time, local authorities have stretched the imagination of planning inspectors and tested their ability to find their local plans sound. We have experienced a UK with an unfettered immigration policy and a fast-growing population. We've experienced the ramifications of Brexit and the intention to control access to the UK, and we've experienced faulty algorithms during the time that this plan has developed. One thing that has always been made clear to me by the various Secretaries of State for MHCLG over this time is that local plans are for local people to decide. Yet apart from changing the politicians and the colour of local government, which has already taken place in North Herts, there is no referendum to look to for public support. I'm also concerned at the orchestration demonstrated by the QC during the EIP process and the effect of these interventions on a democratic process to ensure that we end up with a plan for the people of North Herts who care about their environment. And so it is left to the likes of Caroline, Nikki, Cheryl, Wilfred, and the CPRE and I to say our piece on behalf of local people motivated by what we see as an undemocratic process. This aspect was greatly highlighted by the provision of papers to the examination library following our meeting yesterday, when I received messages from many members of the public to point out that within 2 emails and 1 letter, ED 230 B, C and D, there is clear proof that democracy does not exist when it falls to the chief architect of the plan and his colleague, the man with deferred management control, to make the universal decisions without even conferring with his council members. These documents create the point that a non-committal response from the county council created the reason to delete BK3, as from my experience of dealing with county, it can merely be a timing issue with regard to getting them to commit. Which still leaves me wondering exactly why this aspect is proposed in such a manner that might undermine the local plan in its entirety, and I respect entirely your final decision on that, Inspector. Further enlightening in this correspondence, apart from the desire to remove BK3 by the unelected, there is the emergence of the importance of...
Mr. Hawkins, forgive me. Yeah, if I can't entertain discussion.
I'm getting to the point of master planning, so.
Yeah, okay. Because look, as I've said before, I can't talk about BK3. That was yesterday's agenda, and it wouldn't be fair to other parties.
Understood. That's my last mention. There is the emergence of the importance of master planning and green infrastructure, and to whom I believe we have Helen to thank for her contribution. Quite why we have left these matters to this stage of a master planning process is beyond me, and in some ways demonstrates the unsound nature of this plan and the contempt that the authority has for the importance of the Green Belt, which this plan sets out to delete, roll up and replace elsewhere. The plan is conceived within the home of master planning, in the place of the world's first garden city, a conceptual master plan in of itself, and where the first proposals of the concept of Greenbelt provision started. This authority has demonstrated that Greenbelt is no longer a protected space, as little consideration is shown for its relative importance in this plan. This position now runs contrary to the view of government and their future intentions. This plan will now arrive in these unsupported circumstances during a pandemic that has made people truly value the size of their homes in relation to the outside safe green spaces available. This country is suffering the largest death toll per head of population in the world, and this country starts suffering the largest death toll per head of population in the world, and population mass per hectare must in some way hold some responsibility for this. Today, evidence is available in the House of Commons papers that there are more than 1 million empty homes across the country and that demand is falling nationally. The ONS is paring back its forecasts, and what started out as an exceptional circumstance removal of the Greenbelt protection due to demand is now gravely flawed. We're now at a point after several years of trying to save the relevant parts of a poorly conceived local plan, born in a different age by, as I understand it, optimizing available and mostly unsuitable sites, cobbled together in a manner that does not represent an area master plan. Yet today, we're discussing the hook, as Mr. Smith puts it, on developers in ensuring that they take the responsibility for the master planning of the major sites. These are the overtures of a local authority that is sadly lacking foresight and control. So sadly, I fear that the NHDC are already presuming the inspector's acceptance of this plan, as indeed Helen has suggested this morning that conversations are already taking place with developers regarding master planning. And as a consequence, leaving the council open to legal challenges despite the land in question mostly remaining protected by its allocation to the Metropolitan Greenbelt. This is an extremely poor demonstration of local democracy applying during the emergence of this local plan. And the local authority, we can only hope that the process of time and energy expended by us all over the years has helped the inspector to find our concerns of relevance to his final position on this plan. Key to this is that we rely on your independence, Mr. Inspector, to ensure that this local plan is actually examined and where applicable, certain parts are approved. But please ensure you take account of our views in coming to your decision. Thank you.
Yeah, on that point, happily, Mr. Hawkins, I can.
Thank you.
I will most certainly be taking into account all of the points that have been made to me, and I can also assure you of my independence. That is frankly why I'm here.
That's exactly what we expect, and thank you very much for that reassurance.
Mr. Dorman. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I will be brief. I note that the changes to SP9 are substantial and detailed, but right at the very beginning, the wording in the initial paragraph B seems to me to have been watered down. The original wording talked about master plans were required, they were requiring master plans and planning applications to do whatever. That has now been turned down, watered down to expect. I don't know what the significance of that is, but I suspect some clarity is required on that. And I probably think a bit of robustness.
Mr. Dorman, if you'll forgive me, that is actually something that I wondered about. I don't think that watering down is at all the intention. I'm not quite sure why the word require has been changed to expect. Ms. Flage?
To be honest, I'm not either. I mean, I don't think the policy has been watered down in its entirety because it obviously requires a master plan to be produced and agreed by the council. But yes, I can't explain why that word has been changed to expect from require.
So does that mean then that the council says that that particular word change isn't necessary for soundness?
No.
No. So that being the case, does the council then not?
I think it's semantics, that one.
Does the council not propose to use the word expect, but rather intends or does propose to retain the word require?
I would leave it as it is, require.
Okay, I'll take that as a proposed main modification to the proposed main modification, if I can put it that way for present purposes.
Can I come in on that particular point?
Yeah, if you bear with me just one moment, Mr. Aspinall.
Yes, of course.
What I'll do, Mr. Dorman, I'll just hear from Mr. Aspinall on this one point, and then I'll come back to you on the other points that you wanted to make. So, Mr. Aspinall.
Well, I didn't see the word expect to be watering down the whole thing, because you have to read it in conjunction with the rest. But if you put the word require, then you have to comply with everything that's there. You can't have any flexibility whatsoever. And that's why I added in the words that I've suggested, because some of the points that are in these 1 to 10 are not within the gift of any stakeholder, or indeed any builder, or indeed the councils. They're by external bodies. And to put in the word require is a very specific issue, where wording expect doesn't, in my view, water down the meaning of what's put into the strategic master plan. I think that, Mr. Dorman, I understand what you're saying, but I think if you require something, it has all to be done. Requires. Expect gives a little bit of flexibility. And I think, if anything, this local plan needs a little bit of flexibility.
Thank you. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of other points, if I may. What some clarity again required. Do the new strategic master plan rules apply to planning applications made years ago but not yet granted? Surely these new rules should be required for all applications being assessed for grant post-adoption. For instance, in our East of Luton sites, the Crown Estates application in 2016 and Blore Homes application in 2017 have been put on hold, should be required to comply with the new rules. Thanks very much.
Mr. Aspinall, your hand's still up. Is that a? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Just a couple of things, sir. Have you moved on to FM 002? I'm sort of a bit lost. Have you moved on to FM 002 yet, or?
The chance would be a fine thing, Ms. Hamilton, but I haven't as yet.
Right. Okay. So I won't bring up that point. I just wanted to say, like, regarding the whole require expect, I think the require to expect is a bit too woolly. I don't like woolly. I don't like the fact that people can sort of cut corners and not do what's not expected. This plan's much of a mess as it is without corners being cut. I would just like to thank Mr. Hawkins for what he did say, and I would like to say that I agree that the plan needs to be able to what's the word, emerge, so to speak, along the way, because the whole situation, I know we're going to be having a review of this, but I think it needs to be able to change. And I just wanted to bring up one point with you, sir, regarding this emerging, changing thing, and going on by what he said as well. It came to light on the news last night that a whole new load of shops within towns are going to be closing down. And somebody's point was raised yesterday and the council came back on it. And I just wanted to say this, I was quite shocked when I looked at the map, which covers all these different strategic sites. I was concerned that all the main strategic sites are in one lump in North Hertfordshire and they're all culminating together. And somebody said, well, all development needs to be around towns because of shops and things. Well, if all of those town shops are closing down and losing jobs and industrial estates are being turned into housing developments, this also has a bit of a concern. And I think this sort of needs to be taken into account by North Herts. And if you look at the map, sir, you'll be like, everything is all the strategic sites are in one lump in North Herts. And I think that's a very, very worrying concern. So I think it's important. And I don't know whether we came to a decision, sir, of when they're thinking of reviewing this, because I've not heard anything back. And as this is our last hearing with you, I'd be keen for that to be sort of touched on at some point.
It is the last hearing. That's not on the agenda for today.
No, I know.
That's somewhere I'm going to go, but just to help you out, I believe that the council said in 3 years. In any event, the detail of that will be in a main modification that will be consulted on following.
I think that's a good point with all the changing situations around everything. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Scottier.
Right, hello, thank you. Yeah, the analogy earlier on of these Russian dolls, well, the Russian dolls have to stand on a table, right? So we're talking about master planning and sort of a contextualizing and then at the ever smaller scales. But we've got to consider what Nikki gave an example of is the broader context still, that the Russian dolls are standing within a certain context. And she mentioned the closure of shops in town centres, and this is something that definitely applies to the site I'm most concerned about, but it also applies countrywide. And there's a reason that that's happening. It's partly due to the pandemic that's happening at the moment, as well as more and more online shopping has caused people to just buy goods online and they don't bother going into the town centres anymore. So areas have been struggling. One of the things I think that we haven't spoken about very much, and I'm wondering whether it should be, I don't exactly know, I understand this is the last hearing session, but it should be addressed perhaps, is the pandemic is a really big deal. Everybody's expecting things to just resolve and go back to normal, but what if they do not go back to normal in the foreseeable future? And this is going to have impact on every single aspect of life, and it's a big thing that's happening right now. And I think people are underestimating the severity of what's going on at the moment. And for all in, I mean, if we're going by what's being told to us in the news, main news that we get in the evenings, which I don't really listen to particularly. I go to other places. I like to read reports and things, but I'm shocked at how much they're downplaying it, and they're not really being honest and truthful about what's really going on. The closest thing I found that was released in the main stream press about what's actually going on was the ex-MI6 spy chief's comment that this is more or less a lateral weapon bio war that's going on, and we're acting like, oh la la la, it's all going to be resolved with a few vaccines by middle of the year. I don't think it will be resolved, And I know this is, you know, outside the realms of planning, but we cannot deny this is going on in our world at the moment, and it's going to have a big, far-reaching impact. I think it just needs to maybe be a bit more prominent in our considerations that there is a chance. I mean, everybody's hoping we'll all go back to normal, but I do not believe that to be the case. I think this is a much more serious in order to avoid panic, they're not telling people what they do know. And he, Sir Richard Dearlove, he did indicate, and it was reported in general newspapers at the end of last year, that this was a bioweapon. And he said this is being denied, we need to discuss this, and we need to honestly and truthfully address what it really is. But of course they don't want to panic people and depress them too much and make things worse. But the problem is,
forgive me, I think you know what I'm going to ask. How does that relate to this policy about design and sustainability?
Well, why do you need a retail centre outside of a town when the one in the centre of town is complaining it hasn't got enough customers and it's closing down? I mean, that's not really making good use of the space available, which is spatial strategy is what master plan sits in. So the point is that
sorry, just so I'm clear, which bit of the policy relates to a retail centre at all?
Well, hang on, let me look at the policy again. Okay, so the first parts that we're looking at, okay, so it says create buildings, spaces and streets which positively reflect and respond to the local landscape, townscape and historical character. So they're creating buildings and spaces and streets on the edge of urban settlements in my case and in some of the cases too, whilst allowing the already existing buildings and spaces to just deteriorate and go into urban decay, which I don't think positively reflects the reality of what's occurring at the current time. They're living in an era which was different. Okay, you can't rewrite everything on the basis of a pandemic. I realise that, because it might change and it might resolve. I understand that. But the fact is, it's affecting things. And this plan doesn't show any awareness of that. And it runs the risk of moving into the future, being weighted in favour of an era that's already been and gone. And what we're facing in the current era is very different. And I think we're being very slow to respond to some of these things. So moving on to the other parts of that policy that you want me to stick to. Okay, so
hold on. If you're going to go off of criterion I, if you just bear with me, because I'm going to go through them one at a time. Although I suspect, because people have made a lot of very general points, that we might get through them rather more quickly than we've got through the first one. So if it's about one of the other criteria, and if you just hold off just for now, and I'll take the comments on those as I go through.
So the ones that the one criteria I create building spaces one, that one. But if you don't want to move on to create integrated accessible.
I'm gonna move on to that one.
Okay. Yeah, so just the part about that one then, positively reflecting and responding to the local landscape. So this idea of positively reflecting, indicating, mirroring that which is going on to the local landscape. And what's going on in the local landscape? Our shopping mall in the centre of town is in dire financial stress, and they have competitors across the road in the form of the football stadium's retail centre, going to be an additional competitor, and we have other retail centres. Why do we need another retail centre on the outskirts? That does not reflect positively the current local boots on the ground situation. So already this has been, in our case, rendered meaningless, and in some other cases too. And the fact is that these roads that we will come on to talk about next in 2.2 are immovable. And why I bring that up is because if you're going to have a retail centre that is for the townscape, and you're going to create buildings and spaces, you have to think about where you're going to put them and when, because the where and the when overrides. If it's the wrong time, it's the wrong time, and if it's the wrong place, it's the wrong place. It doesn't matter how great your building is, if it's in the wrong place and you can't even get to it, and it's not wanted because we already have enough, then it didn't positively reflect anything. It merely denigrated that which was already there, and nobody feels positive about it, which is clear, except some people who think they want to put it there. But the actual people who are going to live here, the local people, the local communities, don't want it there because they know you can't even get to it because the roads. And later on there'll be some talk about the roads, but when we come on to that point, so I won't stray on to it now.
So I'm clear then. Do you think that criterion I should be deleted?
Create buildings, and I think it needs some changes. Create building spaces and streets which positively reflect and respond to the local landscape, townscape, and historic character. It's one of these cases where it sounds fine. I don't think it should be deleted, but maybe there needs to be, as I said before, some type of discernment between things that are immovable and things that are not merely salient points that can be adjusted later down the line, but that are fixtures. Like the Mr. Hawkins said, the green belt, I've said the roads, there's other issues too. It doesn't matter whether you change the master plan later on. If those things are wrong, they are fundamentally wrong, and no amount of changing the layers on top of that are going to correct that fundamental foundational structural flaw in the outset. Physical flaw. I'm not talking about whether we like it or we don't like it. I'm talking about physically. If you can't physically get to somewhere.
I have the point. Yeah, I understand. Ms. Hamilton.
Are
we're going to hear from Ms. Hamilton, and then I'm going to move on to criteria 2. Ms. Hamilton.
I think in a nutshell, what Miss Cottier, I don't know if this is right, but she's probably in agreement with but I think what she's saying is, what is the point of putting positively respond when no one's positively responding to the situation, when everyone's town centres are ending up with just coffee shops and charity shops, and you can't get jobs in a charity shop anyway because it's all voluntary. So like the employment's gone down, and we're all going to have to get on them little roads surrounding them towns to get out to other jobs, and it's going to impact seriously upon the communities within them towns. So if you're going to positively respond to the situation at hand, then maybe you shouldn't be focusing on just adding and adding and adding on the outside of towns. I think that's maybe, I don't think it's the policy. I think that actions speak louder than words. Possibly, I might be wrong, but I think that's what I took from it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move then on to all the way to criterion 2. And the question I want people to answer is explicitly this. Should master plans not create integrated, accessible and sustainable transport systems with walking, cycling and public transport designed to be the most attractive forms of transport and effectively linking into the surrounding area? Mr. Aspinall.
It depends what type of site we're looking at and where it is. And that's why I added in my introduction a little bit of flexibility on this. yes, if it's a 700 site of houses, that applies quite well. And it is part of the process of making everything a better design, a better build, etc., etc. But there are certain parts of this where you talk about public transport and the most attractive forms of transport, about an electric tram. Well, you can't do an electric tram. It's not possible. And effectively linking into the surrounding areas. These are all things that what I don't want to see is prescribed, but they need to be discussed. When you're doing a strategic master plan, there's no reason why these shouldn't come up and be discussed logically with all the parties involved. But some of them may be just so costly that it's impossible to do it. And that's why, and it applies to a lot of the items in here, that's why I added in the introduction of B, where expedient, applicable, and where possible, because all those items may not be able to be covered in that respect. So most of these are frankly, I don't have no problem with them, but they mustn't be prescriptive for the application to be granted. They should be open to discussion and picking bits out of it in order to make the site a better design, better living quality, etc., etc., as against a prescribed, which then says you can't fulfill any of these, so therefore it's refused. So a little bit of flexibility, and if you, I'm not saying my wording is perfect, council may be able to come up with a better wording, but by putting in where expedient, applicable, and where possible at the end of B and then 2, all these things then can apply, and there's the flexibility of the site of 700 as against 200 as against 100, and where there is a possibility that these can be effectively put in, so should it be.
Yes, I'm just trying to work out whether it's going to be helpful to say this. I think it might possibly be, but this is a little bit about the way that the sort of planning system works, I suppose. How should I go about this? Put it this way. I think if the council were to insist through a planning application that a developer were to provide something that was not applicable or not possible, it would more than likely lose the subsequent appeal. And that is the sort of safeguard in the system, if you like, to local authorities demanding impossible things or things that aren't applicable. I don't know if that assists Mr. Aspinall, but in any event, I do take your point, but hopefully that's been a little helpful. Ms. Hamilton.
Whereas I can see where Mr. Aspinall's going from this, personally, and having seen corners cut, I think it's imperative that these things should be in, because it then starts getting woolly. Oh, well, you know, how many houses? Oh, I've got 149 houses. Oh, maybe that's not incorporated. A lot of these things that are in this master plan and in the strategic plan are things that should be in to go forward with our fight against climate change and for things like walking and pedestrians and footpaths and this, that and the other. And I think it is all imperative that that sort of stays in. And whereas I do see his point, I'm afraid in regards with some developers, no, they need firm ground rules and points and everything, and they need to be adhered to, because otherwise they just cut corners and do what have you. So I think they should stay in.
Ms Sunnender.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Miss Hamilton. I think they should stay, and we've already got sites where I'm sort of having discussions trying to get even a footpath widened to be a shared cycle footpath. They're not allowing for cyclists, I can be sure of that, anywhere in Letchworth so far. So I'm really looking forward to these coming in. I'm just wondering if the words "as applicable" would actually help on some of these criteria. So actually, I agree sometimes if there isn't a bus service out to a village or something, then actually trying to get that put in, it will be too much for a developer. So I don't know whether the council could look through and just see if "as applicable" might help in some of these situations to leave them in. So actually putting in a cycle track is totally applicable, and other things could have the flexibility in that way without changing the require back to expect. Because I have to say that in discussions with developers, require is what is required here. Thanks.
Ms Cottier.
Yeah, Luton's got a cycle track, and it goes from the AONB here over to the side of Dunstable. And I know somebody who drives to work, who cycles to work over at Luton and Dunstable Hospital from this side east of Luton on the cycle track, and it takes her about 40 minutes. And although that wouldn't be for everybody, it does show that people do use these cycle tracks. So I think it's a good thing to keep that in. And also, obviously having more accessible public transport is a good thing. And Luton's spoken about putting on more buses, but at the moment, due to the pandemic, that's not really materialised. But there is a problem that sometimes bus routes don't cover all areas. So the linking in parts. The effective linking into the surrounding areas is an important thing to maintain. So as far as that particular policy goes, I'd like to see more examples of nice cycleways and people finding them attractive. They put meadow flowers sometimes along the side. Maybe we could add something about, this is like a beautifying detail, but something about meadow flowers or, what do you call it, where they renaturing, where they, Helen's nodding there, she knows what I'm talking about, where they, they get these wild seeds and they throw them over the roundabouts and they throw them alongside the motorways and the roads, and they require minimal care, unlike these more ornamental type arrangements, and they reseed themselves each year, and they look a bit rubbish come autumn when they all, die and a bit crappy, but actually that's part of the natural cycle, and even that's quite beautiful in its own way, and then they die. So I'd like to see something added in about, rewilding somewhere in this master plan.
Okay, I'm going to go to the council for a final comment on this particular criterion. Ms Flage.
Sorry, the set of criteria, or
This the one with. Do keep up, Ms Flage.
sorry, I started talking about biodiversity.
This is where we've been moving through at top speed.
Oh right, sorry.
Criterion 2 that we're talking about. So the points that we've just heard about criterion 2.
Sustainable transport.
That is indeed the one.
Yes, sorry, but then we were talking about rewilding. So my response is that, that it should stay in. And I think, these set of design criteria, have to apply to a range of different sizes of sites, from around 100, to up to nearly 3,000. So, they need to be applied pragmatically and sort of in a proportionate way, which the council will need to do when it's appraising applications against this policy.
Mr Smith.
Thanks, sir. It was just a suggestion. in that obviously at the outset we set out with these 10 principles that they sort of work as a whole, I guess, as a set of design principles pulled from across the plan, the MPPF and the National Design Guide. And I think, unless Ms Flade shakes her head at me at this point, I think we'd be happy if you wanted to take points on all of these criteria in the round, and we can just respond at the end, if that would help with efficiency.
Fine, that's fine by me. Okay, good. Right, I'm going to move then on to criterion 3. And that is anyone here to say that master plans, strategic master plans rather, should not provide a clear structure and hierarchy of pedestrian-friendly streets and well-connected footpaths and cycleways integrated with the wider environment and communities? And I take it as given, Mr. Aspinall, that you would want to make your point. So I have that. Ms. Cottier.
I'd like to add something where previously it says attractive, and we've moved on to the next thing that talks about the wider environment and communities. So wider environment, not just the human environment and the urban environment, but the natural environment, which I think as well as where the earlier point, the number 2 one, where it says the most attractive forms of transport. I'm thinking they probably by most attractive are meaning here something that will appeal to somebody who's busy and going to work and wants to use something with ease. But attractive could equally mean aesthetically attractive, which was why I touched on the point of rewilding and making the cycleway a pleasant place to ride along with all the natural additions along the way, which is what I think they've done on the Luton one. But the next part where it says the wider environment and communities, I think we should also add in not just human communities and urban communities environment, but that of the natural world as well, because things like bee communities, bees like particular meadow flowers, and they're a part of our community as well, because we rely on them to even survive. So they're definitely part of our community, less obvious. And so I'd like to see our definition of community and environment be less human focused, less human centric, and be a bit broader. And I'd like to see that reflected both aesthetically, so it's a constant daily reminder of people in their lives when they're in the environment that we're designing, or that people like Helen will be designing, that features more prominently, you know, because these I must say, we're talking about master planning and design as a general thing here, but what I would have liked to have seen, which hasn't taken place in this hearing, which I think would have been a nice thing to have included, was all the new things that can be done inside urban environments in planning that are looking more towards using the space in a more harmonious way. And I did mention before green walls, etc., but there's so many other things. Like, I could tell you something that will surprise you. I bet you didn't know that an invention exists where it takes air pollution and it turns it into diamonds. I bet you didn't know that, but there is. There's all kinds of inventions that are being made that do wonderful things inside the city. And I know that we don't have unlimited funds here, and to probably get someone doing a project like that would be expensive, although they might want to use it as an advertising opportunity. There are loads of things out there, crazy things like I had a conversation with Mr. Aspinall, and he is one of the few people that knew immediately when I said the word aircrete. He knew exactly what I was talking about. Everyone else I've asked about aircrete looks at me blankly and doesn't know what the hell I'm going on about. But there are all these new building materials as well, that are new. And it just seems to be that whenever something new comes, and people seem to stick with the old, and they don't really want to venture out too far into the new territory. But last night I was reading about in Amsterdam, they're developing a whole new island on the outskirts based on donut economics. And it's to do with the effect that the post-coronavirus economy that we're looking at in the future can't be constantly always expanding indefinitely. And this project plus a few other projects are looking at it in terms of more of a cycle, like sustaining something rather than expanding indefinitely. So I think there's a big change going on, and I'd like to see some type of, at least at the very least, something for the bee communities, something for the, not just avoiding killing badgers because we absolutely have to. Oh, what a nuisance, you know, oh, we've got a site, I'd like to see like a love and appreciation emerge for the environment so that it becomes a joy to be in a city, because you're not just looking at concrete and brick walls. And also paying attention to flow, why all these hideous straight lines and everything. I think they've done some good redevelopment down in Hightown in Luton. It was a very ugly area, and they're really making it look a lot nicer. So I think design has a place in introducing these ideas, but unless at the local plan level we discuss them and bring them on the table later on down the line, the councillors won't, they won't know. I mean, how is it going to be implemented? And once you've built it, it gets used then for many years to come. So it should be now. It could be included more prominently. Not just that, oh, well, we're moving in that direction a little bit, let's dip our toe in the water and add, let's add a meadow roundabout. Why can't we make the natural world and biodiversity feature more inside the towns, such as the trees that are being planted could grow apples, pears, plums in parks. People then will pick them and eat them. That actually happens around here, because they did actually think to plant some cherry trees, although the cherries aren't good, but we do have a lot of apple trees. Stuff like that, being a bit more creative with the natural world, rather than marginalising it, sticking it on the edge and only putting in token things to make our plans sound green when they're not really.
Thank you. Right, criterion 4 then. Plan for integrated and mixed-use communities with walkable, locally accessible community employment and retail facilities. No one to address me on that point. Very good. Criterion 5 then. Positively integrate with adjacent rural and urban communities and positively contribute to their character and the way the area functions, including addressing cumulative cross-boundary planning and infrastructure matters. Mr. Dorman. You're muted, Mr. Dorman.
Is that better?
It is.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm really struggling with this one. In terms of the East of Luton sites, there will be no adjacent rural communities to be integrated with, insofar that they would have been swallowed up into the proposed development that is in this area. There would be no positive contribution to their character. And in terms of the urban communities, I think that can only refer to the adjacent Luton Wigmore area that, and the reference to cross-boundary planning and infrastructure matters can mean anything. Would this mean, for example, that the proposed retail provision in the east of Luton sites might be opposed by those retail outlets already well established about a quarter of a mile away, which conceivably would feel threatened by the emergence of new competition at a time when retail, as we've heard, is suffering so hugely? So I'm really struggling to see, in terms of, frankly, any of the Greenbelt sites, how you can positively integrate new communities with rural communities that are going to be completely disrupted. Thank you.
Ms. Cottier.
Yeah, thank you. Is the on 5 where it says the including addressing cumulative cross-boundary planning and infrastructure matters, is that suggesting that this is going to be the main vehicle through which that's done, or is it suggesting that this is already done at a separate stage of the plan process, but merely the master plan will lock into that and reflect it, but not be the major vehicle through which cumulative cross-boundary planning and infrastructure matters are addressed?
Well, it's not about the duty to cooperate, even though it's got cross-boundary planning in the words there, because as you've pointed out already, the duty to cooperate is something that applies only up until the point where a local plan is submitted. So I think that's probably about where there are detailed cross-boundary issues to be resolved between this planning authority and a neighbouring one, because the site is close to the administrative boundaries, or on the administrative boundary potentially.
Could therefore the word detailed be added, maybe?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Could the word detailed be added, perhaps, then, to show that it's the detailed things and not the major things, in case they get deferred to that, and the wording is used then to perhaps justify doing that? Because if it could be construed that way, it may later on, you know, outside of this speaking forum, be used in other ways also.
Okay, I've noted that as a suggestion. Ms. Sonnender.
Hi, yeah, I was just thinking about some of these extension areas. One of the things that I don't think is quite captured here is, let's just say that the development's going to require an extra, say, year entry to a school. If that can be done by actually enhancing the infrastructure in the surrounding area rather than actually building a new one entry school, I would have thought that would have been the most cost-effective way forward and good for integrating communities. And I'm just don't feel that's quite captured here, that actually it could be that rather than using more green belt and putting a school on it, we could enhance, you know, we could enhance some of the services on the additional estate as part of the development. I don't quite know how that would word, but
So Mike, forgive me, I'm probably just being a bit slow. Enhance some of the services on the existing estate. What do you mean? Well,
if I just talk about the Letchworth example of LG1, within it at the moment it says provide a 2 form-entry school, okay, primary school as part of what's required for that site. And yet that site borders 2 primary schools, one of which is only 1 form-entry. So as a local taxpayer, I'm sitting here thinking, why wouldn't you just turn that into a 3 form-entry school, you know, because it's so close? But instead we're going to put all the services actually on that piece of land that is LG1. rather than thinking about, well, actually, there's already a shopping centre in the Grange estate that's right next door. There's already a school that could go from 1 form entry, potentially to 3 form entry. And I'm just wondering if we kind of see these as blocks of land where everything has to happen on that land, but couldn't it, as part of the master plan, be that the builder actually has to extend the existing school or something? You know what I mean? It just strikes me sometimes that we've got this sort of cut and paste of what's required, but actually without actually seeing the potential to actually use the investment on existing sites to make something better for the whole community, the new community and the old. Now, I'm not quite sure how that works, but it's not jumping out at me that this master planning is allowing for the fact that actually the master plan may be about enhancing something on an existing estate to be able to cope with the two communities coming together. Does that make sense?
I understand, yeah. Ms. Cottier.
That's a good point that Julia makes. I can really think that should be in there definitely, because like she says, in the schools that are usually near these areas are usually quite full. They're looking to the authorities are looking to expand them, and then the developer, instead of building the whole new thing, could contribute monetarily towards the expansion. In fact, Puttridge School near here has been expanded now, and it was much easier to expand an existing building and add additional floors and build outwards than it would be to have taken a whole new plot of land and build another school of a similar size and have them existing on 2 separate plots. They've made one sort of mega school, and it didn't take very long. I think, and it was even in use while some of the work was going on. So it doesn't look very nice from the outside. The old one looked nicer, but it's gonna have more people in it. My old school, they did that to that. Yeah. Good point.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move then on to criterion 6. Provide a diverse and distinctive range of flexible and adaptable house types, tenures and building forms to meet the differing needs of the population. Should master plans not do that? Very good. In which case then I'll move on to criterion 7. Create an accessible, multifunctional green infrastructure network that provides a key structuring and functional placemaking feature, supporting healthy lifestyles, sport, play and recreation, biodiversity net gain, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and linking into the wider green infrastructure and ecological network. Ms. Flage, what is a key structuring and functional placemaking feature?
Well, I think this relates to the level of detail that we're trying to fix in these master plans. So the strategic master plans are basically seeking to fix a structure, okay, not a detailed layout. So that structure is formed by a number of components, okay, if you can visualize that on a plan. And one of the key structuring components of a strategic master plan is the green infrastructure network, which is a very critical component of a strategic master plan, in that it should connect into the surrounding area, and it should allow the development to be connected together, and it should be multifunctional and support all those functions.
It wasn't that I was asking you about, it was the key structuring and functional placemaking feature.
Yeah, so it's creating a place. It's a place, and it has a number of functions as listed below. So it's a key structuring device for a master plan. I think quite often with strategic master plans, green space just gets plonked where there's constraints. And it quite commonly is not connected, and it's not multifunctional, and it's actually not much of a place-making feature. So this policy wording is trying to prevent that from happening.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Ms. Hamilton.
Okay, I've got a number of points about this. My first one, and I've actually forgotten one, so I might have to come back in a minute. My first one is, we do not think, the groups that I'm standing for do not think that this should be all entwined in one. Hang on, because I'm just going to have it in front of my screen. There is no way really that you should have biodiversity net gain and climate change mitigation in the same paragraph and same section as sport, play and recreation. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'll tell you the reason why. We have had a number of situations I brought up recently, and it was brought up in a report where a developer went, oh yeah, Three Rivers have used this and Decorum's used that and blah, blah, blah. And it's all worked successfully. And it hasn't worked successfully because where they put wildlife corridors, they also put a Flavian play park. And the resulting consequence was the wildlife was no more. So I think to combine those two is a definite no. I think that you should have, yes, you can have the green space for the for the sport and the play and the recreation could be in one, but I definitely think that net gain and climate change should be in another. Oh yes, it does say linking into the wider green infrastructure, so that's obviously the green infrastructure from the previous place that site is adjoining to, so that's good. But I think that the biodiversity net gain and climate change should be definitely in a separate paragraph, because there's quite a big amount recently in the government thing, as well as the brownfield rejuvenation of towns, blah 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 blah. They're trying to put quite a big thing on biodiversity, because we've got a serious issue in this country where our wildlife and our biodiversity is getting squeezed. It's in decline, serious decline. So they're actually putting some focus into sort of encouraging that wildlife, encouraging that biodiversity within sites as well. And some councils, some local planning authorities are now implementing sort of like orchards, or that, like Miss Cotier said, they're implementing swift bricks, they're implementing all those sorts of things. So I think it's imperative that in this time with this plan, and considering the focus of the government and the environmental agencies and the new bill that was brought out with focusing on biodiversity again as well and decline, I do think they need to be separated. Even if it was to be sort of like a 7I and a 7 2 eyes, you know what I mean, don't you? 7I, 7A, 7, you know, that sort of type of thing. Because I think quite a lot of focus needs to be put on following the government's climate change and increasing biodiversity than trying to squeeze it all together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cotier.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with what Nikki just said, that the climate change aspect should be is worthy of a section all on its own, as well as perhaps biodiversity as well. But I think climate change mitigation needs to be, there needs to be policies in this plan that commit more strongly to how the declared climate change emergency that North Herts made last year is going to actually funnel through into physical action. One of the things when I'm reading this, it just like rips my heart out, because we have all those things already here. Like, we have the accessible multifunctional green infrastructure network that provides key structuring and functional placemaking. We have healthy lifestyles. We have sport, we play, we recreate on this land, and there's biodiversity all over it, in the hedgerows and the woods. It's beautiful. And we already have climate change mitigation as it stands now, and it's adaptive, and it links into the wider ecological network because it's right next to the AONB, and it's also next door to our living areas, and lots of people are using it, especially now that they can't go out into shops and restaurants and things. People are using it for walking more than ever before. And what makes me really sad, I'll try not to cry on camera, but is that we have all of this already. And these people are going to come and just stick 2,000 houses on top of it and take it away from us. And so this paragraph, I detest it, not because I detest it in as much as it applies to other places, but I detest it because it's so hypocritical to be reading this in this plan, that this plan promises these things after it puts into place a master plan which is actually in complete contradiction, going to reverse all these things that we already have here. But in our case, and I'm sure in some other cases too, we have lovely sport, play, recreation area. This area is second to none in as much as how much it enriches an otherwise very bland urban lifestyle. Here, on the edge of a town that is grossly deficit of green space, a portion of the population in Luton has it has an even worse ratio of green space to population than London, and on this outskirt is the only place I can say that you can go to that makes this place less hideous, and it's there right now as it stands. It doesn't need anything done to it. It just needs leaving alone, and we have those things already. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of that. It's worth going back a little bit. Para 7 of the NPPF 2012 gives 3 role dimensions to sustainable development, and one of those is an environmental role, which as part of that includes helping to improve biodiversity. Para 9 of the NPPF talks about pursuing sustainable development and blah, 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 including but not limiting to several factors, one of which is moving from a net loss of biodiversity to achieving net gains for the future. Now, where did that come from? That's referenced back to the Natural Environment White Paper of 2011 called The Natural Choice, Securing the Value of Nature. And that had lots of good stuff in it, which led to the 2012 NPPF. I'm sure you know this, Mr. Barclay, but I certainly didn't. The planning white paper that led to the NPPF said was central to the government's planning reforms is going to be the creation of the NPPF, which will set out environmental, social, economic objectives, etc., etc. And including in that, one of those 3 key dimensions in the NPPF 2012 is the environmental role, as I mentioned before. And para 14 of the NPPF states at the heart of the NPPF is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. And it goes on to say that for decision making, this means, and there's a list of criteria there. One of those is listed as land designated as greenbelt. So despite this 2011 white paper being the forebear of the 2012 NPPF, which we're examining the local plan under, in terms of NHDC's plans, in terms of the areas of greenbelt, it proposes to destroy for development, and therefore it's a crucial undermining of those clear policy objectives. And it's all very well the council suggesting that planting a few trees, planting a cycle path network, creating a sports field and encouraging a few footpaths, which will be through a housing estate, will contribute to being green. It'll not in any way compensate for the loss of such a large tract of protected greenbelt land. In particular, the objective of the planning system to contribute to no net loss of diversity will be shattered if these greenbelt developments are allowed to go ahead. So I say that the reference to biodiversity net gain in these phrases cannot seriously be believed in relation to the east of Lucas sites and any of the other greenbelt sites. The loss of so much green space and the reference to climate change mitigation is laughable, as the loss of all the green carbon storing vegetation will have exactly the opposite effect. There will be a biodiversity net loss. Thank you.
So then, Mr. Dorman, I've asked people to focus on what changes they think should be made to this policy. Does that mean you think that criterion 7 should be deleted? You're on mute, Mr. Dorman.
Not in its entirety, no. I think I'd go back to what Ms. Hamilton was saying. I think the references to climate change mitigation and the net loss of biodiversity is so ill at ease with the rest of what's in there that it should be taken out and somehow
sorry,
enhanced.
my apologies. You said that something should be taken out, but I wasn't sure what should be taken out of where.
The reference to biodiversity net loss and I think it says in there biodiversity net gain.
Yeah.
And also the climate change mitigation should be taken out of there. It doesn't sit well with the other aspects of that and should be created as another bullet point, if you like, for the council to consider as part and parcel of how it's going to achieve those things, which it won't be able to achieve currently.
It should be separated
Sorry,
out.
that's not
Hamilton suggested.
That's not very well explained. Sorry.
No, fine. I understand that.
Thank you.
Okay, look, I mean, I'm going to say again, I'm well aware of people's objections to sites in principle, you know, the fundamental objections. I understand that. I've heard all of that. Well, and I need people to stop talking to me about those objections. I know people's objections well. What I need people to do today is to focus on the policy that we are looking at and to frankly respect my agenda. And on that, I'm going to, right, I've got some other hands up. Ms. Cottier, or is that a legacy hand?
Mr. Barclay, can I just intervene? I may not be able to attend this afternoon, but I only have a very brief comment to make.
Okay.
Basically, all these items that we've discussed this morning, I don't really have any problems with them, except that they are rather wordy. It's like the design plan that I read. At the end of the day, I thought to myself, what did I just spend all that time reading that for, when there was loads of words there that really went on and on and on and on, and the interpretation. So, you know, sorry, Miss Flage, but, you know, I don't know if you've ever built a house or ever been on a building site or ever done something like that, but the small builder hasn't got time to go through all this hoo-ha. So all I'd like the council to consider is, yes, I can go along with all these, but it needs an introduction, which gives a little bit of flexibility. And I did propose, and the inspector wrote it down. I hope that you all from the council wrote it down. Think about it. The other thing is that, bearing in mind that this has been discussed under delegated authority, and we have a local election coming up in May, and I understand there's about 15 to 20 people watching this debate currently on YouTube. I hope that the council are seriously considering giving a seminar to all the councillors, because they most likely will be asked questions as to exactly what is meant by this design aspect of the local plan. So delegated authority is one thing, but you must keep the councillors well informed of what's going on, because local people are going to ask questions about all these things that we've been discussing this morning. I will try and get this afternoon, that's all I want to say at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, two things from me on that, Mr. Aspinall. First of all, I'd rather hoped that we'd get more YouTube hits than that. And second of all, just to reassure everyone, I know that as we're going along, people are suggesting changes. I am noting those, and along with the changes suggested by the council, I will also take those into consideration. I am edging towards taking a break for lunch, but I want to finish, well, I'm going to finish 7. I'll see how we go from there. Ms. Norgan.
I wanted to make a comment, particularly on 7 that we're looking at now. In practice, and I'm using my experience with Stevenage Borough Council here, who had their local plan approved, but Forster Country is right next to NS1, and in practice, when you get further along the line in looking at the actual planning application that is put forward by developers, what actually happens is that we all complain that we don't want building to be done on Forster Country, and in practice the Stevenage Borough Council planners just turn around and say, well, the local plan was approved, and we can say and point to various breaches of the NPPF, and in Stevenage Borough Council we've got 23 breaches, and these are to do with biodiversity and all kinds of things. So although you can have the points that are here in points in the point 7, but you can draw all these things to the attention of the councillors, and all the breaches are ignored, and that's my main problem with looking at everything in 7. And I also agree with Caroline Cottier. When you've got a whole area of green belt, and then as in Forster Country, which was green belt, they're trying to make a country park, and to me it seems absolutely ridiculous that you've already got a huge green area that is beautiful, and you try to make a man-made country park out of it. And I just find that in actual practice, everything, when it comes down to the actual planning, and with Forster Country, it's the outline planning application. In practice, anything that is actually in the local plan, such as this, is ignored by the councillors, and they approve the development with all its problems. For instance, biodiversity. There's not actually biodiversity net gain. They might say there is, but they do away with red-listed birds and various other species. So whatever Mr. Barclay you might say goes in this, and that might make sense, it is just totally ignored when it comes down to the councillors making a decision. We tell them all the breaches of the NPPF, and the outline planning permission still goes through, and they'll say, well, there was a local plan that went through, it was adopted, so we can do all this. So you know, I find today extremely difficult as a Greenbelt supporter to be discussing this, knowing that in X years' time, it will all be ignored when it comes down to the councillors actually making a decision. And it will upset hundreds of people, as has happened with the development in Forster Country, next door to NS1. And that's my comment on looking at this and making sense of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can't comment on how any given local authority might choose to make its decisions on planning applications. I can really only seek to ensure that the plan is sound and effective. And I suppose one way of thinking about the term effective is that the policies work, so that councils have the tools there at their disposal. Miss Hamilton.
Okay, so right, so the point that I wanted to make in regards to how I would change it, how we would change it, I'm talking on behalf of HWM, Herts and Middlesex Badger Group. I'm sure the Wildlife Trust would back me on this as well, but they're on a call at the moment. So if you look into the MPPF, going on further, that I would separate the two. If you look at the MPPF and if you look at all government guidelines on this, you do not have anywhere that incorporates sports, recreation, play areas in with biodiversity. They're always separate. I would like to see something more in the line of this. I will read it out to you. This is on the government website, sir. This is Gov UK Guidance, Natural Environment. They say that it should incorporate high quality. We would like to see we would like to see the protection of high quality networks of multifunctional green infrastructure, including ecological connectivity, which will ensure the biodiversity net gain, as well as nature recovery networks, with opportunities for communities to undertake conservation work or basically get involved. So I would like to see that it's separate, and I would like to see it a lot more, you know, I mean, you've got a whole list of policies there, and considering this is so important at this time, just to have like one little word stuck in the middle of a great big paragraph, it's not on at the end of the day. So if we could have something in regards to that, sort of making sure that we keep this ecological connectivity, it ensures the biodiversity net gain, and possibly incorporating nature recovery networks into these sites. I think that would be more beneficial to North Herts and our wildlife, our biodiversity, and our futures with nature, sir.
I take it that when you say not on, you mean not sound.
Yeah.
Gautier.
Thank you. Did you get that, sir? Did you manage to make notes? Sorry, I was reading, so I didn't see. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just following on from what Nicole's just said, I also think that there needs to be more explicit what's the word? Where you really sorry, I can't think of the right word. It's where you commit to something, and because I know that the government has said it's going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions ahead of the UN summit by 68%. So I think that there needs to be some sort of actual defined quantity that NHDC is going to play its part in that. And that needs to be reflected in the local plan. And I think the local plan needs to be seen not only as having effective policies, but I think it needs to play an important safeguarding role now, because you've already heard from multiple participants that they do not feel that if left to the councillors and their own devices, that they're necessarily actions in alignment with what is expected will necessarily be taken. And at the moment, it's more than just expected. Climate Change Act is written into law, and each authority is meant to play a role in delivering the targets. The targets are quantifiable, so there's nowhere in this plan where a quantifiable target is defined. And I think that needs to be done separately, and it needs to be more than just a mention in another policy grouped in with leisure and recycling activities. So I think I agree with what Nikki just said there. The Climate Change Act is something that plans are being now challenged on. I know that Client Earth last year wrote to, I think, over 100 local authorities about their local plans, and I don't think North Herts District Council was included in that, because I don't think they were aware that North Herts District Council was having an examination, or they may have done so. Or maybe they have written to them. I don't think that they did though. But they were writing to the local authorities to basically put them on notice, saying, hey, you're doing a local plan, make sure it reflects the Climate Change Act, and if it doesn't, we're coming for you. And that's what they did. And I don't think, looking at what's happened in this local plan, that's been done here, because they haven't addressed it. And I think that just leaving it till the councillors to figure it out is a very is a strategy that is doomed to fail, because we haven't enjoyed their presence during most of this plan, and I for one am extremely annoyed at that. I think that they should have been here doing the legwork and also helping with the endless reading of reams and reams of reports and assessments, and this is their role, and they're getting paid to do this via their expenses of councillors. And I do, from what I understand, out of the 67 odd councillors of NHDC, 45, or I think it's 45 or 47 of them are also on the other council, the county council as well. So there's absolutely no reason why they should be here today and in every other session, and also busy writing statements and putting them in to help us. We've carried a burden that's been far beyond what we should have had to have done, and it's not up to us to now follow on from here if the local plan fails to put climate change emission targets in it clearly, to then follow this up and spend the next 10 years hounding councillors and trying to get through to them that, you know, don't, if you want a job doing, do it yourself, and you're the safeguard for the plan, so it just needs to go in. Don't rely on other people to do it later down the line. It hasn't worked so far, has it? Or it would have been done already.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to take the break for lunch now, which I'm still going to look to resume at 2 o'clock. So it means a slightly shorter lunch. That's because, by and large, because we're not making very good progress at all. I've had a lot of general comments. I've also had some comments that do relate to specific sites as well. So when we come on to the policies that are about specific sites, well, two things. If I can ask in particular that you get to your point concisely for me, please, that's going to be very helpful. But also, as I've said a number of times, I don't want to have to say it again. You know, I know well people's objections, which are fundamental objections in principle to the allocation of sites, of some of the particular sites. That's not what I'm talking about today. I am talking about you know, aspects of master planning if these sites do indeed come forward. So I need you to have that very, very much in the forefront of your mind, and for the purpose of today, to put to one side your principal fundamental objections that you have, and rest assured that you know, I haven't forgotten them, and I won't forget them. And the other thing, as I've said before, to focus on is where you think that changes to the particular specific wording proposed by the council needs to be made. Those comments are the ones that are the most helpful to me. So I'm going to, as I say, take a break for lunch now, and on our return, pick up on criterion 8. So I make it 1:14. I'll adjourn the hearing to resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. And yeah, sorry, I should have said, please don't leave the meeting if you simply turn your camera and video off, so that we your lunchtime. Thank you.